Oh, we're live. Cool. Awesome.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Such good glasses. They're so good.
They are.
You got
they
to
are.
see them twice.
They are.
Oh, shoot. I
They're
forgot
amazing.
to tweet out the bingo card. I will do that now, everyone, while Ham does intros. I have it. I just forgot to send it.
Oh, no.
It's all good.
I'd just like to start off by saying, Saz, thank you for being you, even when you push the button at the wrong time. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Radiant Shadows, a D&D 5e live actual play thingy with a bunch of Australians and one random Kiwi. We do stuff and try and have fun.
Oh, wait, that's you. Sorry,
that's
continue.
Me. Yeah. We do stuff and we try and have fun. You will get introduced to everybody else now as we could do a quick whip around. So, guys, if you just want to say who you are, who you're playing, and then we'll sort of jump into stuff. So I'm going to start with Cass.
Oh, hi. I'm SazTheMeeple. Oh, Cass, and I play Miera. Let's jump into it.
Excellent. Awesome. John?
I'm John from Meeples and Dragons. I'm playing Tiernan de Palon, the emotionally distraught artificer at the moment.
Bum, bum, bum. The one, the only, the totally pro Methian.
Hello, I am Promethean. I am playing Delgrim, the Dwerga Ranger, and I think I may have been the one who distraughted Tiernan's emotions, and I'm sorry.
Are you though?
Are you though? Well, I guess we're going to find out.
No, it totally was him.
It totally is. Well, look, Heath.
G'day everyone, I'm Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20, and I play Grumpfel, the lovable but doddering deep gnome.
Excellent. And last, but by no means least, Kate.
Hello, I am Kate. I am currently frantically putting the bingo card over on my Twitter because I'm an idiot and forgot to do it earlier. But I play Rowan, who arrived back last week, and now everything's gone to heck. So, what?
Yeah. Awesome. And
bingo card is go.
Outstanding. If you go and if you dig up the bingo card, you can play along with us.
Yeah.
And if you get a whole bingo, then it just means you're awesome.
Yeah. It's over on my Twitter. The account is on the little thing that twirls around with all the Twitter things on it. So look
awesome. And it's also in the chat as well.
Yes, especially if a mod decides to chuck it there. There it is.
Yeah. Boom. Ding. And I'm Ham. I DM this little group of amazing human beings. And I would say try and keep them pointed in the right direction, but that failed about 20 minutes into the first episode. So we just see where things go, and it's awesome and amazing. Do we have any other sort of announcements? Anything else that we need to say before we jump off into things?
What about that little bar at the very top of our
yes.
thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what an excellent question. So we're fundraising for the Black Dog Institute. For those of you who don't know, Black Dog Institute is an Australian medical research institute focused on mental health and suicide prevention. So their research goes to discover new solutions, foster connections, and create real-world change. Donating's not going to impact to our game, but if you do wish to join and support it, please type exclamation mark donate in the chat, and you'll get access to the Tiltify link. If you want to find out anything else about them, you can also put exclamation mark charity, and that'll give you a bunch of information too. They are awesome. Anything that you donate is greatly appreciated by us. You can also throw subs our way. That will absolutely 100% definitely also not impact on the game.
Aside from derailing us completely when we all go, oh my god, we love you.
Absolutely. We've learned our lesson in the past by promising things.
How goes the hunt for a new car, Haim?
I just need not go there. But apart from that, I think that's kind of everything.
Oh, also, I'm not eating shittles tonight. Oh my god, it's a green one. It's
Oh
just
no!
in the background.
No, it's an invisible
Wow.
schnittle.
I'm eating brownie M&Ms, which I can recommend to chat. Oh yeah, good.
Outstanding. All right, so let's have a brief summary. And by brief, I mean I wrote lots, because apparently lots happened last session, to catch us up on things. So, with the party turned away from the Dragon's Heart and informed they would be required to lodge a formal request to see the Altons, our party made the way to the noble's office. There they met a young elven woman, Valenta, who assisted them with the collection of paperwork required to submit such a request, as well as taking the letter from Wex and advising that it would be passed on, but it would be a few days before a response was received. With time to kill, the party headed down to the markets to inspect the wares there and also to sell off some of their ill-gotten loot. Redirected once again to Valenta, who was also the contact for the Hallister banking syndicate, the group failed to notice their lost companion, Rowan, had popped back into existence until Tiernan happened to notice her as they were hocking off various rings and gems. Elated to see their friend again, they made a final quick stop at the Zerplethorpe's Emporium, where the elderly gnome demonstrated a number of his unique wares, and the group purchased a single firework before heading back to the Veilway to catch Rowan up on what had happened. Unfortunately, as the story of the group's indiscretions and misdeeds tumbled forth in a litany of jumbled words, Tiernan, somewhat distraught when reflecting back on their actions, indulged in a number of whines and attempts to drown out the discourse, and poor Rowan was left trying to internalise the events that occurred in her absence. Now, at a crossroads as to what to do, the party considered their options. With Tiernan suddenly sober due to Grumpfel's use of magic, they reviewed their choices. Firstly, they knew they must wait until dusk before returning to the markets to see Abrasaur Sayerstone, who they had been told may be able to help them with the map to the Lost Gem Mine. There was also mention of the Dulcimer's Tale, a grand establishment full of entertainment and merriment and a prime location within town for visitors. Finally, and much to Delgrim's joy, there were the fighting pits, located on the edge of the seedy rat's nest. With the sun still fairly high, the choice was made to first head to the pits. Making their way back through the large town, they found the dark and rowdy establishment to pass as the entryway to the pits themselves. Inside, a brutish half-elf advised that the fights were held here between combatants, including prisoners fighting for their freedom or fikes fighting monsters for money. With Delgrim enthusiastic to participate, it was surprisingly Tiernan who was his supporter, almost uncomfortably eager to go below and fight whatever was put before them. The Shard folks' behaviour seemed strange, whether due to the drinking from earlier, a sudden snap to sobriety, or maybe something else. As the group debated what to do, with Grumpfel against the idea of fighting, and Rowan shocked to find out that Peregrine was now a prisoner in the town, Tiernan stormed off out of the building. The rest of the group followed quickly behind, and Delgrim confronted their friend, offering to have Tiernan fight him if he was so keen to shed some blood. Tiernan drew forth his pistol, and for a moment, it looked like he was, in fact, going to shoot the Grey Dwarf. Miera, however, trying to defuse the situation, invoked her magic, sending a calm aura over the entire party. The reaction to this was instantaneous. With Tiernan, upon realizing what he was doing, looking embarrassed and lost, Delgrim reacted in anger, furious at Miera's attempt to control the emotions of them all. Delgrim stormed off in one direction, Rowan close behind, and Tiernan, holstering his pistol, headed in the other, followed by Miera. Leaving poor Grumpfel, once again, stuck in the middle. Taking a brief moment, he followed after Miera and Tiernan. Rowan quickly caught up with Delgrim, and a conversation was had, Rowan trying to understand the motivations of the Duergar, and him explaining to the halfling why Miera's magic impacted the way that it did. In the other direction, Tiernan went from walk to run, and despite their best efforts, Miera and Grumpfel's short legs weren't able to keep up with the lanky shardfolk. Now, potentially lost in the alleyways of the Rat's Nest, a number of ragged characters emerged from the dark corners of the slum to offer them help. And Tiernan, upset and alone, who knows what fate awaits him as dusk crawls closer and the long, dark shadows of the Rat's Nest reach out towards the lone figure.
Oh, I got chills. That was
They're multiplying.
lovely.
Also, my apologies for my very loud keyboard. I'm just trying to work that out. I don't know why it's being so loud.
It's
Or
I
rather,
thought-
because my mic is actually working this week. It's very loud now. So I'm working on that. Hang on.
Had this
Oh.
image that Rowan was court reporter style taking notes.
Yeah.
to-
It's breaking
Your-
news.
Your Honor, let me just reflect on my notes. I'm not part of this.
So,
I was putting the bingo card out. I'm real sorry.
no, it's totally cool. It is
We'll find
totally
out.
cool.
Let me know if it is still loud, chat, when I'm typing in a minute.
Okay, so we are going to start with Delgrim and Rowan. The two of you, we're heading back to where you last left the rest of the party. And upon getting to outside of the fighting pits, the streets are still fairly crowded, but quick glance, you can't see the rest of your friends.
Where did everybody go?
I don't know, Delgrim. I was following you.
How can I,
mean-
apologize if they're not here?
Tiernan went, and she sort of tries to remember whether or not she knows which direction they went. Does she?
Yeah. You would know sort of the rough direction he went in, absolutely, which was basically the opposite to
Yeah.
Delgrim.
I think they went that way, maybe. Yes, that feels right. The opposite way to where you went.
Okay, great. Delgrim might then. Well, what's the road situation? Is there any kind of like possibility of tracking Tiernan then in this environment?
Because of where the fighting pit is, it's right on the edge of the Rat's Nest where a lot of the sort of the infrastructure, breaks down. So the roads around here there is a small amount of paving, but it's kind of cracked and broken, and heading off towards where the Rat's Nest is, you can see it turns more into dirt and stuff. I mean, there's a possibility, but there's also other people, townsfolk moving and walking about. It would be a significant challenge.
And there'd be enough larger, similarly foot-sized people to render just that.
Yeah.
useful. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, again, you always can try. Who knows what tracks Tiernan may have left behind.
Yeah, I'll give it a crack.
All right.
We'll try and track Tiernan through an urban environment with lots and lots of
Okay.
people.
Could
Let's
be worse. There are worse things we could try.
look. Absolutely. And blessed be the dice on the first roll of the night.
You find your lucky dice, yeah?
No, but if this one, I think, because Tiernan's solo, and there's no other way for us to find you.
Tiernan
that
is
I'm
the
aware
favorite
of.
foe.
I'm gonna go with the chunky D20 and hope for the best.
Absolutely.
What am I rolling? I guess
Survival.
Survival, right?
Yeah.
Chunky D20.
That's an 18.
Ooh.
Total.
In total?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, hold up.
Yep.
Did I? No, maybe ignore that. I'm trying to call. Somewhere in the back of my head, I feel like I made Tiernan the target of my hunter's mark for a reason, but I could be making that up.
You made someone. Who did you make the target of the
Nah,
hunter's
that was Paradin, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was. You're absolutely
Yeah, it
right.
was.
It was a couple of
Paradin,
episodes
and
ago.
It was ages ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ignore.
Okay. Look, with an 18, you head off in the rough direction in which you think Tiernan went. It is super hard to understand amongst all the various tracks and stuff what may be his footsteps and what may not be. You get at one stage a slight hint because you can see there's sort of a very sort of there's a collection of footprints, and you can see behind those much smaller footprints and a pair of them traveling in the same direction. But you get just around the corner, sort of heading into the rat's nest a little bit more, and with all of the other going on, like there's kids running around, you just lose track right away. But it does appear that the other two, at least initially, headed in the same direction as Tiernan.
This is as far as these tracks can take me, Rowan. I don't know. I don't know this place. I don't know what to do now.
I don't really know it either, but can Rowan listen to see if she can hear anything? Because the logic being that she's been listening to these people for a while and like would recognize their voices in a crowd.
Yeah, for sure. Make a perception check.
Is 11?
11. Yeah.
10
no,
plus 1.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's enough of a hum through this town where you can hear a variety of voices. Definitely can't hear anything that's familiar.
Okay.
Kids screaming off in the distance, people yelling, a couple of dogs barking, but no sound of anything else at this stage.
Looking around, having followed Delgrim,
Yep.
what do we see? Like, is it?
So what you see here is where Delgrim lost the footprints, for what he could tell. It's a largish main road which appears to be going into the rat's nest itself. You can see ahead of you the street narrows in comparison to a lot of the other streets that you've been through the rest of Harrow. It's predominantly dirt and mud.
Oh, hey, ADH adventures.
Oh, sweet
Hello,
mother
raiders.
of chickens. Hey, guys. Thanks for coming along and doing the raiding thing. We're playing D&D 5e. A bunch of Australians and one Kiwi doing stuff and making awesome things, and hang around because things have gone terribly awry with the party from our last session. And we're literally just starting off this week to see whether or not we're having to start a new campaign soon.
Hopefully not.
No, hopefully not. But I mean, who knows? But thank you very much, guys, for coming and raiding the channel. It's greatly appreciated.
Enjoy.
Back to Rowan's question. A lot of the buildings here look very run down, slightly dilapidated. They're not too bad where you are at the moment, but just sort of looking down the street, you can see the quality of the establishments drop fairly quickly. This is definitively like a slum area.
she's gonna sort of end up at a standstill, just with the looking at Delgrim. I didn't want to come here. This is not where we're supposed.
Is this
We
the
just
place?
lost Heath.
Is this the place? Oh no, we've been moved around. That's fine. Is this the place Tolban told us not to come in Harrow? The place of danger.
This is not a safe area. This is not the place. I mean, I don't know what you were told, but my father told me that this is not an area that I should be going.
This is definitely the direction Tiernan and I think also Grumpfel and Miera were headed.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we just keep going.
We should go in and try to find them. Maybe I was going to try ask for directions. I don't think that good idea now. Maybe.
I mean, I've never known you to not be one to talk to people, but I can try. She's just gonna like have a look around and see if there's like a merchant of some description who might have noticed people that they didn't know walking past. Given that it's like a fairly obvious group.
Some grizzled old
Yeah.
folk on a porch somewhere on a rocking chair, looking grumpy and mean, watching
Yeah.
everyone go by all the time, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you look over to one side and you can see there's an older couple sitting just outside on a veranda, as you've sort of rightly identified, on a couple of rocking chairs. They look like one of them, the woman appears to be quite possibly an orc, and the gentleman appears to be human. They're both definitely older. I'm just curious because I know we've had a few technical issues with.
We're all good.
Yeah, we're all
We're all
good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And you can see them just sort of in their rocking chairs, watching the world go by.
Sorry. Hi. Did you see a bit of an odd group come rushing past here at all? Tall guy, couple of shorter folk following on behind.
To help with this, because it's something we probably don't talk about much. Tiernan would be quite distinctive due to the blue tone of his skin.
Oh, she knows. She's just trying not to comment on people's like appearance
cool.
first. Too
No,
much in
that's-
case. Yeah.
No, that's
Like
so
a
the guys.
lanky blue smurf.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lanky blue
like-
Smurf. Yeah.
Tall man is blue. He very hard to miss. And gnome short friend is old man gnome. He probably
make
stopping
a-
or limping.
Because dice rolling is interesting. Make a Rowan, make a persuasion check.
Mhm.
Make it with advantage though, because Promethean's Delgrim is putting his
Oh, no.
5 cents into.
Cass, pick a number between 1 and 24 that is not 9.
13.
Okay.
Mhm.
Need another set of dice. I was not expecting to need 2 sets of dice.
Woo-hoo.
Well, I got a natural 20 and a 7, so natural 20 plus whatever.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. That probably
Sorry, what was I rolling? Because I will tell you what the plus
persuasion.
persuasion would be plus 3, so 23 all up.
23. Okay. The old man doesn't appear to hear you at all. But the old woman glances around and sort of looks the two of you up and down and says, "Oh yeah, saw them heading off down that way, and the blue fella, he was running. There were 2 little fellas just chasing after him as well. Down the alleyway over that way."
Thank you so much. And she's just gonna turn and just sort of wave as they rush off. That sort of Thank you, and then runs off down the.
She sort of gives you a wave, and you can see as you go past, the old man's like, "Huh? What's going on? What's it with you?" You guys head off down around the corner. You head around the corner, into sort of the alleyway which they indicated, and it is very much that. This is not a street. This is just an exaggerated gap between a couple of buildings. There's a couple of crates that are sort of smashed down one side. As you turn around, you see a cat like turn and see and like climb up the side of the building almost and vanish up into sort of the eaves of this house.
The second she sees that, she suddenly regrets coming down this alleyway. And
you can
stops again.
see it goes ahead sort of about 15, 20 feet and then bends around a corner.
Is this a good idea? She's sort of realized where she is and that she's now in a very dark, very small alley. Which Delgrim would probably notice because she basically stops.
Yeah, and as Grod stops, Delgrim will screech to a halt as well because he'll not necessarily care about that and will have just continued running while Rowan was assessing the situation.
Oh, okay. And like she's just running after you going like, I don't want to be by myself. No, don't leave me behind.
Stay together. If it's dangerous area, is more important to find friends.
Okay.
The two of you head off down the alleyway and you emerge out into what appears to be another small street. You feel like as you're getting sort of a little bit further into the rat's nest itself, calling these things streets is maybe a slight exaggeration. It is more just gaps between a collection of buildings that have been cobbled together. The buildings themselves, again, some of it is literally just bits of wood and crates and stuff that have been pulled together to form shelters. Some of the buildings that you see are almost falling down. You can spot one where it has essentially no roof. The other one's got a smashed front door. This place is just dilapidated and terrible. You see less people around. There's still a few people walking around. Everyone gives you a sort of a decidedly strange look as you emerge from this alleyway. And people sort of move away from where you are and are very sort of distrustful, keeping their distance, sort of watch you as they sort of make their way past.
They don't seem so dangerous and scared, Rowan. This is good, but we should be a bit more careful here, I think.
Sounds like a good idea. Should I ask them, or should we just keep going?
How many options are there, navigationally speaking?
At this stage, you look around and there is kind of a main street, like as in like it's the biggest gap between a bunch of buildings. But around that, there's probably 4 or 5 directions someone could have run from here. There's plenty of gaps between buildings, things like the alleyway that you've just come through.
Delgrim might do another check on tracks then, assuming population's a little more thinned out and the ground is a little dodgier and more likely to have tracks then.
Okay, all right. So make another survival check for me.
Oh. That was 15.
$15 plus or 15 straight?
Just 15.
15.
All up.
There's still enough traffic through here that it's really hard to tell. At one stage, you think you see a set of much smaller footprints. Just feet. There's these 2 feet here, and it's terrifying. No, footprints in the ground. But it's really hard to know what direction or if they belonged to Grumpfel or Miera. And trying to ascertain like Tiernan at all is impossible.
Okay. Delgrim might do the same thing as as previously then and look for someone who looks like they've been stationary for a while as opposed to moving and shifting about?
There's a couple of kids who have got a ball of some description, and they're sort of playing fetch with this very, very thin dog, sort of throwing against the wall, and the dog's running over and grabbing it and bringing it back to them.
Small children. We are looking for a large blue man, gnome and halfling who might have been chasing him. Have you seen these three come through here?
Both of them, both boys, dirty. Their clothes have certainly seen better days. One of them's like the sleeves missing off it, covered just in dirt. Their hair's all messy and stuff. One of them looks quite scared of you, and the other one's their eyes narrow as they look at you. Make a persuasion check for me.
This went so well last time. Delgrim was trying to convince children to do something. Oh, that was perception. Let's ignore that. Why is he on? 9?
9.
Can I make an
Yeah.
observation that, like, my standing with him and looking like a child might be something that they take better than just him asking?
Yeah, for sure. They look you both up and down. You can see the one that's looking at you, Delgrim, sort of eyes the axe on your belt with caution. The other one sort of looking you up and down, Rowan. The less scared one says, "Yeah, I might have."
I'm just trying to find my little friend, the one who was following the big guy.
We might have seen someone.
This kid is getting full puppy dog eyes from Rowan right now. like full guilt trip. I just want to find my friend.
All right, make your goddamn persuasion check, then, Rowan.
I'm just imagining Puss in Boots.
Yeah. Unleash the full power of the Rowan.
Yeah, I'll take the 18 plus 3 on that one. Thank you very much.
He's like looking at Delgrim, and his eyes are kind of like, down to slits, and you can see sort of really eyeing him up. And then he looks over at you. Yeah, okay. They went down that way. The tall blue one was quite a bit ahead of the other two people. Like, one was a little halfling girl, and the other one was like a really, 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 really old gnome. And they were heading down that way, and he points sort of towards, again, another small gap between a couple of the buildings.
If I feel like Rowan at some point has probably acquired a sparkle cookie from Miera that she just hasn't eaten, that just like have existed in her pocket, and she's just gonna go, "Thank you," hand the cookie, and like rush off in the direction that the kid pointed.
Delgrim will yell back, kind of behind them, "Feed that dog!" as they run off.
You can hear the dog whine, and then you automatically hear the kids start fighting over the cookie. I want some of the cookie. No, she gave it to me. It's my cookie. No, blah, 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 blah. So you guys vanish off around the corner.
I've started the cookie wars.
The cookie wars. Yeah. Which is a significant part of canon in this world.
Part of canon now, yeah.
Yeah,
The cookie wars. They're gonna expand across
yeah.
the country. It's gonna be awesome.
Harrow was just brought to its knees by a single sparkle cookie.
I was there in the Great Cookie War of 1742.
So we are now going to actually switch across to Tiernan as Rowan and Promethean continue plunging deeper into the rat's nest, trying to find the rest of their friends. Tiernan, if my memory serves me correctly, you were having a bit of a moment. As you're there, sort of your head down against your mechanical companion, you feel a tug on your sleeve, and this voice goes, "Hey, mister, are you okay?"
Tiernan just stops and doesn't move Blinky. It looks down at the voice and
You see a young girl, probably 8 or 9. You can see her ears are just very slightly upswept, which would suggest that there's some elven blood, but are probably most likely sort of half elven. She's got this really sort of dirty blonde hair, which is sort of this nest around her head, sort of sticking out in multiple directions, and she's got dirt across her cheeks and just this very plain, almost sort of sack dress on, and she's holding like the corner of your sleeve. She just goes, "You all right, mister?"
Tiernan takes a deep breath and says, I've gone and messed it all up.
What?
I've just had a really, really bad couple of weeks.
What do you mean you messed it up?
I don't know. Just everything's different down here. You know, I've only been down here for a little over 2 weeks. And lost in the wilderness, almost starved. That's just the start. Been attacked, ended up killing someone, or Blinky did. Let a murderer go who later returned out to be a drug runner and a blackmailer. Crossed cursed lands and even had some in my mouth. Top it off, I'm no closer to finding my parents.
So as you sort of have all this tumble forth, especially when you start mentioning killing people and the like, this little girl sort of lets go and takes a few steps back, and you can see that there is what was originally curiosity and on her face is now a sense of caution.
Oh, don't worry. They were bad. He was a bad guy. I just never actually done that before. I'm Tiernan. What's your name?
My name's Lizzie.
Hi, Lizzie. Would you like to meet my friend Blinky? He's quite harmless.
Okay. She sort of takes another sort of small step back, and you can see she's very close to making a run for it.
It's all right. I don't mean to scare you.
No, I'm not scared, but I'm also maybe not meant to talk to strangers here because the people are horrible and nasty. But you were like sad and stuff. But you don't seem so sad now. Maybe, and I think I can hear my daddy calling me. So I'm gonna go now. Bye, Mr. Tiernan.
Can you just point me to the main road from here? I'm a little bit lost.
What do you mean main road?
Where am I?
You're in the rat's nest.
Do you know where the fighting pits are located, in which direction, or the markets, or...
Oh yeah, the markets are just, if you just keep going that way, and she sort of points essentially what would be sort of south. She says, if you just keep going that way, you'll probably get to the markets eventually.
Oh, he wipes his eyes. Well, thank you very, very much, Lizzie. And
That's okay.
Flicks a silver coin at her.
You would, except your money pouch is gone, and as you go to check, she's gone.
Fair enough.
So yes, unfortunately, you have been robbed. And you actually, as you see her run away, you hear ching 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 ching. Ching.
Damn kids, what are they teaching in schools these days?
Survival.
Add it to the list, Blinky.
Wait, like a kill list or?
Yeah.
I kind of saw Homer Simpson. Then you've just made my list.
So
Well, she pointed in that direction. Sort of messed it all up, haven't I, Blinky?
and there's that familiar sort of grating sound of metal as the eye opens and closes twice. Clink, clink.
Well, I guess I gotta fix it. And I slowly brush myself off and slowly walk in the direction of where she pointed to,
Okay.
partially dragging my feet.
It's not a clear line, but there is enough sort of direction and enough sort of close to roads in this area where you would be able to navigate in the general direction that she pointed in. So with that, you head off. We are going to skip back to Delgrim and Rowan now, because I just want to keep Miera and Grumpfel hanging on just a little bit longer.
So mean.
I know. It's because I care. So you guys, following the directions of the small children, continue to sort of wind your way through the streets, following their directions of roughly where they sort of pointed you towards. As you go further into the rat's nest, you notice there's less and less just general traffic wandering around, and Delgrim, you would notice sort of looking around every now and then you see you'll see someone sort of standing at a street corner, maybe leaning up against a building, sort of watching and looking. There's sort of more and more sort of shadowy and shady figures as you make your way deeper into the rat's nest. Less people who look like they're going about their way and sort of going about their daily jobs and their daily sort of tasks, and people who are definitely watching the others who are in this place.
Rowan, stay close. I feel like this might be more specifically the area that we have been warned about.
Rowan's gonna swing her pack around so that it's in front of her rather than being on her back.
Mm-hmm.
A technique that her dad taught her to do when she's in bustling places and she wants to protect all her stuff.
Awesome.
So it's hanging on the front of her.
Yeah.
Rather than where she can't see it.
Yeah.
Delgrim will very purposefully just kind of put one hand on the axe.
Yeah.
At his hip.
As you're making your way through, when you do that, Delgrim, you see one of the people who's watching you, a fairly short human, slightly chubby, again, fairly sort of dirty, worn clothes. When you put the hand on the axe, just sort of step backwards and slinks off down out of your line of sight. So at this stage, if you wish to make another survival check to see if you can pick up on any
If you want to make it with advantage, you can, because I'd probably be helping you at this point because we'd be sticking pretty close together and trying to spot stuff.
Absolutely.
I'll take that help with the roll of 8. That was a nat 1. So the 8 then.
But if Kate's helping, doesn't halflings get a
Yeah, but I
reroll
didn't
on a
roll
one?
it.
No, that's
I didn't
when
roll it.
they
It's
roll
not
the one.
mine.
Is
Yeah.
that how that works?
Right.
Not when the ranger rolls the one. Look, at this stage, you're still going.
I tried.
You did.
Almost snuck it past it.
You're not.
Almost.
You're not sure if you're on the right track or not. You can't see any sign of footprints. You can't see any signs of, where a piece of cloth or something is caught on a door frame. Anything that would indicate the passage of your three friends.
So we just keep going, I guess.
We can keep going. We can maybe shout their names. We have no other way to get their attention, do we?
I can't think of any that Rowan would have that would be useful. Because all of her stuff doesn't exist anymore because people left it in another town.
You vanished into a mysterious ring
And
that none of us
You
knew the
left my
function
stuff
of.
behind.
on the note of vanishing into the mysterious ring, we might have a brand new super cool emote.
I know. I'm so excited.
It's so cool. It's so cool.
It's
But
the
anyway,
proof emote.
it is the proof
Proof.
emote. So, what are the two of you going to do?
Oh.
I'm not
Oh,
vanishing
God.
in the ring chat.
So-
That's not what's happening.
So many rings.
Rowan just vanishes into the ring.
Yeah, that's
Have
it.
fun, Delgrim.
Rowan's actually just going to try and listen again like she did before because it's less populous here, whether she
Yep.
can hear anything.
Yep.
Magic ring.
Yep, absolutely. So make another perception check for me, Ron.
11 plus 1, I think. No. Yes, plus 1. 12.
Definitely
Slightly
much-
better than last time.
Definitely much quieter now, as you pointed out. You can hear off in the distance. Off in the distance, you can hear sort of the hustle and bustle of the market, as you've gotten further and further away. But you can't hear anything from your friends.
For example, Grumpfel and Miera yelling out for Tiernan or anything cool and useful.
Well, yeah, that's what I was
like
going to say. Is I feel like they're
Mm.
following him, so they would have been calling out, but that's fine.
that. All right. This third time.
I don't actually. That's
Yeah.
a really interesting thing.
Yeah.
I can't remember if you guys were yelling out at the time. Thank you for actually calling that out. We're Miera.
We also don't know what they're doing now, so
Yeah.
we don't
I've got that tucked away.
Oh,
I
they're
think when we
dying.
left off, we were being sort of spoken to by some shady characters, so I'm not entirely sure whether we would be yelling out Tiernan.
But when
At this
you
point in
when
time.
you
Leading up
originally
to.
when you originally chased after him, I can't remember if you guys were shouting out.
I get the feeling that I reckon Miera would be I don't know whether Grumpfel would be yelling out for Tiernan, but I get the feeling that Miera might have yelled out for Tiernan, stop, slow down, or something like that. I think Grumpfel was too busy trying to work out if
Yeah,
he could
she-
try and stop him with a spell or something.
Yeah, she might have, but I think that from a time point of view, because you guys basically zoomed off in the opposite directions at pretty much the same time, whilst that was going on, Rowan and Delgrim were probably having their conversation. So there's probably just
So shady characters in the area we're in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dodgier than the previous couple of very luckily rolled encounters. Rowan, I have an idea. I don't think if we ask some of the people around here where we are now, that they will be as kind and friendly with directions or telling us where our friends might have went if they have seen them. But what if we tell them Valenta, lady in administration building, has sent us to find them? Maybe we convince them their reward and less risk of being stabbed.
Would Rowan know from what she's been told about the Rat's Nest spy family?
Yeah.
Whether name dropping people in places of power is a sensible choice, with respect to you don't
I
go
know,
into
it's-
certain areas and talk about the cops.
Yeah.
kinda deal.
Look, I think there is an awful lot of respect / fear held for the noble houses here. Dropping their name certainly wouldn't have any kind of negative effect. It could have some sort of influence. You guys have already sort of experienced how hard it is to get in and see them in the first place. So it is, there wouldn't be a negative outcome from it as far as you're aware from the stuff that you've heard from your family and other people in your town who frequent Harrow on a fairly regular basis. Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
I mean, we could try. I don't think there'd be a problem with trying, but I guess the question is whether those people care. Like, are they going? They're not going to help if there's nothing in it for them.
We can tell them they can report to Valenta for a share of bounty.
And what happens to us if they find us afterwards and they haven't gotten a bounty because we've lied?
That's a problem for another day.
You can see Rowan's eyes just getting wider and wider. Like this is what?
No, it is important that you do this with confidence and that you imagine yourself to be hunting our friends right now. If you're going to ask, I think it's a good idea that you do this. People seem to believe you much more than they believe me when I try to lie. It's if I had to put a number on it, it's like there's a whole 5 to 7 points difference in your ability to convince people of such lies than mine.
I mean, I just I'll
You can do
try,
this.
I'll
I
try.
believe in you.
I'll see if I can split the difference.
She's gonna look around and see if she can find the least looks like he's gonna punch her in the face person in the vicinity. Also, least like he's gonna rob her in the vicinity is actually probably a more accurate description of what she's looking for.
There's a couple of men off sitting sort of on the front doorstep of one of the buildings. One of them's got a pipe that he's smoking. And they appear to be just sort of talking a little bit. You can see that beside them, they both have large pieces of... That was weird. Large pieces of like wood, almost cudgel-like, just close to hand, but neither of them seem particularly dangerous. Both fairly young, sort of mid-20s sort of thing.
Hi, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you today.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Rowan. I just was wondering if you saw a couple of people run past who don't belong around here. I was talking to someone up in the noble houses. What was her name? And she just turns back to Delgrim, deliberately looking for him to say the name of the person.
Valenta
right.
has bounty on these people we're hunting.
Well, that's what we heard anyway, and I don't know, but we got told to come follow them down here. Do you know, have you seen a tall guy? How did you describe him before? Like he's blue. He's a weird color.
Tall, blue.
And a couple of little ones. One looks a bit like me, but not.
By halfling film.
Make a deception check, and you can make it with advantage because Delgrim is doing his best to help.
Deception.
It caused everyone to just jump me.
Yeah.
Deception, you say?
Deception.
Glad I took proficiency in that.
Ooh. Oh, didn't?
I rolled 2 19s, so 19 plus 5 is 24.
Okay. At least someone can roll well, Promethean.
Oh my god. Look.
No, I'm kidding, dude. That's absolutely horrible of you. Promethean, you can have
every ranger specific role I've made has been in, outside of Delgrim's
It is.
area of specialty. That's what I'm
Are you saying Rowan's area of
sticking to it.
specialty is to lie?
Well,
Yes.
apparently so. So they look at you for a moment, and one of them leans to the other one and says, "Yeah, you know Valenta? She runs the old office down with all the get into that dragon's heart." And the other one goes,
She's very tall.
Like, and this is sort of Rowan just being like, realizing how short she is. That's that kind of moment of someone.
"Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all
bonding,
relative."
the bonding moment of like,
Yeah.
yeah, that one. We know the same
Yeah.
one. She's really tall. Yeah.
It's like
The one with the face
yeah.
and the things, you know.
Yeah, and they sometimes like, those nobles, they've got a bit of cash on them and stuff like that. So yeah, look.
I don't think this guy that they're trying to find is a noble, but I think he has something they want or they want to have I don't really know, but I know we have to find him.
Look, if we help you out, what's in it for us?
I mean, I don't have anything. That's why I'm doing a thing for the lady. I can give you a
Sure,
cookie.
She like pulls
If-
another sparkle cookie that's kind of more bashed up now because, as was pointed out by chat, I've basically made a rock tumbler.
Yeah. Look at it.
My friend here is very harsh dealer with people. She trying to rip you off, but I tell you what, if your assistance leads to us finding our quarry, we'll cut you in on percentage of bounty Valenta offer.
Make a because this is what sort of pretty deception-y too. Yeah, deception, persuasion. I'm not sure which do you feel is more appropriate.
Who's making it?
So this would be
Neither. Doesn't matter.
this would be Delgrim,
That
but
bad,
it would
huh?
be advantage because of Sparkle Cookie goodness and what you've said originally. But he's the one who's trying to sort of convince them that I'm going to rope you into this bounty. So
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter what I pick. But sure, with advantage.
Yeah, because I'm helping.
Sure. Let's not discuss that one then. Are you kidding? We'll just say that failed. It's 4s all round.
oh,
I'm
dude.
I'm no longer
Wow.
rolling digital dice. That's unacceptable.
Get some
That's free.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
some,
Let's
get
just-
some
just-
excellent physical dice from somewhere. That's
Yeah.
what they're for.
Yeah.
Happening.
Yeah.
But
I wonder what that
where?
is.
But
Yeah, but
where
where?
would you
Where
find
could we
Meeples
these?
and
possibly find
Dragons.com.au.
excellent dice?
If I needed dice, I could go to meeplesanddragons.com.au, for example.
You could.
That's
I
it. And what
excellent
would you
selection of-
do at that website?
You would buy
Hamish?
all the dice. You'd buy all
And-
the dice. Let's
and
not.
you'd
Let's,
crab-
let's move away from the crashing of the website. I've decided let's not crash
Also,
it.
a bunch of them are on sale. What? How do I not
Oh.
know this says? That's not okay.
Gosh.
Don't tell me these things in the middle of a stream.
Look out. Okay. Suddenly Rowan vanishes. It's really weird. Sorry.
Sorry, my internet's just having a failing moment. I might just have to go reboot the router.
Hey,
Excuse me.
no, we've had one internet failing moment. I've claimed that. That's the bingo square done for failing internet moment.
All right. So they look at you very dubiously, Delgrim, and the one that's been talking says, "You give us some money up front. We'll point out where these that other lot have gone off to. Because otherwise, you could just nick off, and we're not going to get anything. We ain't stupid, you know."
Fine. And I give you a silver coin if we find people we're hunting.
Give me 5 silver coins.
2.
3.
2. And
Persuasion check.
And Delgrim will again grasp the hilt of the axe.
Persuasion check with advantage. Or intimidation, potentially.
It doesn't matter. It's the
Oh
same
my gosh.
stat.
Oh
It's
my
still rubbish. But physical dice. Let's go. Oh my god. 14.
Okay.
Yay for physical dice.
Yeah, hooray. Okay, so they both of them, you see literally in synchronicity, their eyes go down to the X. And then they look back up at you and they're like, yeah, 2 silver's fine. One of them holds out a dirty hand.
Delgrim gives them 1 silver. and says, "You get other one if we find people we're hunting."
You rip us off, we'll find you.
Why would we rip you off?
She says in that like absolute little kid's naivety
Yeah.
voice of like,
Why would we do such a thing?
And they both look at you as if you've literally just like spoken in tongues or something like that, and like, because people are horrible and everybody rips everybody off.
I don't.
Before Rowan speaks, Delgrim...
she just says, "I don't." No, all she's going to
Yeah,
say is,
yeah.
"I don't." It's not like she's not saying any more than that. I don't.
And Delgrim will say, "She is absolutely right. She will tell you to your face she's going to rip your throat out, and that is exactly what will happen."
And she's doing that little kid blink. It's like the creepy kids from every movie
Yeah.
with the
yeah,
slightly too
yeah.
long stare.
He reaches out and takes the silver coin and goes, "Yeah, okay. Well, they went that way, and then they turned left at the end. Ain't that right?" And the other guy goes, Yeah, down the left.
You said ain't that right? Do you mean left or do you mean right?
Oh, no, I went, ain't that right? To left. Down here and left. Right? Right. No, just no.
Who's on first?
3 hours. up.
Yeah.
So with those new directions, and they take the silver coin, and they both just sort of get up and give you guys a bit of a sort of a very suspicious look, and they just head back inside their building, and they don't close the door because there isn't one. And you guys head off, following those directions, and now let's get back around to Miera and Grumpfel.
Hamish, just a
Hello.
quick thought occurs.
Yeah.
Considering Lizzie literally just wiped Tiernan's purse,
Yep.
he would probably have sent Blinky up, just up to the sky, just to verify that the main road and the marketplace is in fact the direction that she sent him towards.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. Like you send him up high enough to be able to see, and yeah, definitely that's the right direction to be going in. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not that much of a monster. Not with you anyway. But
I'm just
Miera-
saying, I don't know how big the
Yeah.
houses around here, so
So Miera and Grumpfel,
a giant floating eyeball in the air or something.
you guys find yourselves at a corner, and there is a rather dirty, bedraggled-looking individual who has approached you and offered you some assistance. As he speaks, you notice across the street a dwarf emerge from one of the doorways. Again, quite skinny, a long dreadlock beard, plain dirty clothes, but in his hands there is a very large and very nasty looking heavy crossbow. And then further down the street you see what appears to be a human, again sort of just stepping out from the shadows. This person's a bit shorter, spiky, dirty blonde hair, and you can actually see in his hand he's holding a short sword. The individual, however, that has just talked to you, as I said, is scruffy. He's got a dirty beard, torn clothes. You can see just very casually in his hand he's holding quite a nasty looking cudgel. And he also has slightly upswept ears, indicating some elven heritage there. So, how can I help you two? You seem a little lost.
We are just taking a detour through your delightful city, and We don't need any assistance at this very moment in time, thank you.
I think you might need a little assistance right now.
No, we're quite good. We were just catching up with a friend, and we're heading back to the markets.
Oh, really? What's
Yes.
this friend's name of yours, then?
I don't think you'd know him, so you probably don't need his name.
We know most of the people around here.
Well, he's
You
not
tell
from
us.
around here. It's
He doesn't come around, so he's not from here. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes.
You wouldn't know him. Maybe he doesn't come to this part of town.
You notice a fourth individual appears, the opposite direction. This is a young woman, elven, shaved head, and she's got a nasty scar down one cheek. She's also got cradled in her arms, almost like an oversized child, a heavy crossbow as well.
Grumpfel's just going to grab his holy symbol and just make sure it's visible on the front of his clothing.
Okay.
We are not in need of assistance, thank you. Your offer is courteous, but not required.
All right, then. Well, you are in our part of town, though, so there is a toll to pay going through this part.
We're so going to end up broke
Can
again.
I?
Haim, just looking around at the group, are any visibly injured or have any conditions that could be construed as blinded, paralyzed? What were the other two that I was looking at?
Poisoned?
Poisoned? Yeah, any of them could be cured by if they were blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned? Or do any of them look like they have wounds that could be healed? Because not every toll needs to be a theft.
No,
There is
digging
the
it.
act. There is the act of courtesy through healing.
Yeah. I'm digging this. I would like you to make a medicine check for me, please.
Okay, let's have a look here.
Whilst you're doing that, Cass, I think you were saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to know how close they were getting to us. Were they sort of enclosing us at this point, or are they still kind of spread out?
They're quite spread out in sort of different directions as well. Very much think of it as if a group of people were trying to make sure that if you guys ran in any kind of direction, there's probably someone who can cut you off. Grumpfel, I think by your exuberance, you might have rolled comparatively well.
19 plus 4 makes 23.
Nice. Excellent. You do notice that the dwarf appears to be sort of walking with a bit of a limp as he sort of comes out of the shadows of the building. He kind of hobbles along a bit before he leans against a large crate as he's standing there with the heavy crossbow looking at you guys.
So is that something that's like a paralysis, or is that a wound to the leg requiring healing?
It's really hard to tell from this distance because he's probably about sort of 25 feet away. And he was doing as best as he could to sort of conceal it, but it appears that, it's the sort of limp that would suggest that, he's there is some sort of injury that's going on. What it is, who knows? You'd have to get a bit closer to be able to examine it.
Okay. So this main contender, what background is he again? Sorry.
A dwarf. A very, very, very skinny dwarf.
The one we've been speaking to?
Oh, the dude that you're speaking to now is a half-elf.
Half-elf, right.
Yep.
Okay. A toll, you say? Well, my friend, we do not have much, but what I do have might be worth more than things that clink. I noticed my subterranean brother over there may require some assistance. And he looks at the dwarf over there, and in Dwarven says to him, "How fares your leg?"
Ooh, interesting. Make a persuasion roll for me here, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
Persuasion. Only in the morning. I am not a morning person.
And he hasn't had his coffee.
That's right. Natural 20, thank you.
Oh.
I just rolled it on beyond. You can check.
No, I trust you. I would just like shout out to Promethean, who's got all the bad rolls out of the way.
Yes.
Make room for the great rolls for everyone else.
I don't know. I reckon I've got room for more. bad rolls.
Someone's taking the hits tonight.
The dwarf gets absolutely caught off guard. Like, you can see he's holding the crossbow in a way where he's ready to sort of whip it around and take a shot at any moment. And as you say that, he sort of eyes wide and he looks at you for a minute. And he goes, almost without thinking, "Oh, I've got a bit of a busted leg. Real hurts down the bottom. I had a accident."
Continuing in Dwarven, Grumpfel will say to him, I don't know whether you want me to continue the Grumpfel voice with trying to mirror a Dwarven accent or something like that. Could get very tricky.
It's fine.
Basically, in Dwarven, he says, I don't know, what would they call each other? Sub brother would be a sort of subterranean brother or something like that. He says, "I am Grumpfel Greystone of the Deep Gnomes of Sverzina. I am a healer and I can help your leg. Can you tell your party that I mean no harm? On my honor as a healer, I will help you for passage back to the markets."
Ooh, I'm absolutely digging this. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
I just rolled a 20.
I know.
I can't roll on that. Okay, let's see. No one, please. Persuasion, did you say?
Yep.
Okay. 2. Okay. You said advantage, so let's try re-rolling that again. 12.
12. Okay. No. Look, this was just he looks you up and down, and then looks over at the half elf that's right there, sort of up close to you guys.
I mean, the half elf may speak Dwarven. I don't know, but
no, you can see he's looking very confused.
You sell it to the person who needs it. You don't go through an intermediary.
The dwarf goes,
The one with the biggest weapon.
Yeah. He goes, "Hey Bertie, this gnome reckons that he can fix me leg. I reckon maybe we could let them not have to cough up some cash this time, because this thing's been giving me grief for weeks now." Bertie, the half elf, looks back at the dwarf and then looks at the two of you and says, "All right, you go help old maggot over there. If there's any funny business though, the halfling gets it." And you can see he sort of takes a step towards Miera. And you notice a fifth individual appear over beside the female elf. This dude's big, solid, thick neck. Head's almost too small for it. It's uncomfortable. Big, nasty cudgel. And you can see the the elfin woman sort of brings her heavy crossbow up and leans it on a crate, and it's pointed very much at you, Miera. "Any funny business and she gets it."
I can tell you that you will not receive any funny business from me, lest it be invited first. I would worry about my companion. I'm the nicer of the two of us. Just to mess with their heads a bit.
Go do your thing to maggot and we'll see how it goes.
All right, so Grumpfel makes his way over to the dwarf.
Yep.
Now, show me your leg.
He's like, "Oh, it's a bit bent and sort of messed up, and he pulls the sleeve up, or the pant leg up of his sort of ripped breeches. The first thing that hits you is the smell. The second thing that hits you is that there is like a gash there, which is horribly infected.
Okay.
Like this, it's that pungent, terrible aroma of almost rotting flesh. It is deeply infected. He's like, oh, it's that bad, but it's been giving me a bit of grief.
All right, let's have a look here. So,
Really, a flesh wound.
yeah. All right. Well, let's use a little lesser restoration in there for any sort of paralytic things in there, and I reckon we will also give him a dose of. What's cure wounds like? That's not bad. I reckon we could throw a cure wounds in there, and that would with enough humming and harring and waving and conjuring. Alrighty. So do we want mechanics, theatrics, or do we want a little bit of both?
So you're using lesser restoration first? Looking at it, like, definitely, like, it's infected and terrible and horrible, and like, if this dwarf was still going, probably in a day or two, he's probably going to be dead. Looking at how bad this infection is, and up close you can see sort of under the dirt and the grime, like, he's pretty pale and terrible. Any healing that you do would only push back the inevitable unless the infection is dealt with.
Okay. Hang on that note then. Let me have a look at inventory, because I do have a healer's kit, and I have been replenishing any time we find something in our traveling.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So healer's kit. Do you want a medicine roll to use of
So you wanted to, like, sort of clean the wound and stuff?
Yeah. Would do you allow cure wounds to do that in itself? How medical do you get with healing spells?
Yeah, for sure. Let's make a medicine check, and we'll see where that lands, and we'll see what you kind of ascertain from the situation, and then I'll kind of give you some options.
Medicine check.
Yep.
While Grumpfel's doing that, Miera is just digging around in her bag to see if she can find a sparkle cookie, and she's found one. She's going to break it in half and start eating it and kind of offer it to the closest person, just trying to hide the fact that she's a bit freaked out.
So the closest one would be Bertie, the leader, and you offer it to him, and he's like, reaches out, takes it, and kind of sees that you eat it, and he's like, all right. Shit, this is really bloody good. Like crumbs through his beard. He's like, oh, mate, thank you. That was great. Grumpfel, what did you roll?
Okay, that's 12.
12. Look, it's not a hard check because of your background and all of that sort of stuff. Basically, at this stage, to really deal with it, you'd need to clean it up, which you could do easily enough with the healer's kit. Lesser restoration would definitely deal with any kind of, like, toxicity, blood poisoning, and stuff like that. Yeah. And then the cure wounds would close the wound most probably, and basically render it pretty, maybe bandage it up after that, and you'd be good to go.
Cool. Alrighty. So Grumpfel will pull out the healer's kit. He'll pull out he pulled his holy symbol out already. So now, my good sir, any stings from any of this medicine, I promise you, it is for the greater good. So he'll start working on the wound with the kit.
Mm-hmm.
Use what he can out of the healer's kit. When it gets to the time for lesser restoration and cure wounds, So at that point, which he'll sort of free up his hands, give his hands a bit of a wipe on whatever clothing he's got, or rags out of the healer's kit, or gauze, whatever's left over, and he'll just hold the holy symbol, and he'll say, "Great One, hear my plea. See to the mending, not rendering, of my subterranean brother," and sort of do the hand passes and stuff like that.
That you can see the dwarf sort of grimaces as you're cleaning the wound up, and the others are all, you can see they're watching closely, but it's very obvious that you're not causing any harm. While you're doing that, Bertie sort of leans down to you, Miera, and goes, "Oh, I don't suppose you got another one of those cookies."
I might do.
Can I please have one?
What's it worth to you?
Oh,
So if we pass back this way, no more toll.
make a persuasion check.
I love it.
Make a cookie roll.
Roll for cookie.
That's it. Donut fail.
19. Persuasion, was it?
Yep.
Persuasion. 17.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Love it.
You give me 2 of them. I'll make sure me and the rest of the gang, we don't do anything to you if you come back through. Deal?
Deal. Okay. And I'll pull out two cookies. Probably the last of the sparkle cookies that I have at the moment, so I have to make more.
He goes, hey, Prickle, Tonk, come over here. You got to try these cookies. These are pretty impressive. And you see the half elf, the female elf starts coming over, and the big burly dude both sort of head over. Any sort of intent or injury or intent to harm apparently gone at this point in time, as they become very focused on the cookies. Whilst that's going on, Grumpfel, the wound is cleaned. You can see kind of grimaces when you use lesser restoration, but you can see almost the colour come back into his cheeks. Well, what you can see of his cheeks under the dirt and filth. And as the cure wounds takes hold, you watch this nasty gash slowly close up. And he looks down and he's just like, shit, you're pretty good at this.
I'll just remember to check off the spells on the sheet.
It's like, shit, thank you.
It was my honor to help someone in need.
At this time, Rowan and Delgrim, you guys come around the corner, and you can see Miera standing in what appears to be sort of the middle of the road. There is one like hulking figure just standing there. You can almost hardly see Miera, and there's another gentleman who and you can see both of them got these big cudgels, and there's an elf woman there as well, who's sort of got like a crossbow at his side. Over to the other side, you can see Grumpfel kneeling in front of like a dwarf who's sitting on a crate. And he appears to be like touching his leg or something.
Grumpfel in Dwarvish, I think Delgrim would yell at Grumpfel.
Oh, stretch.
Is everything okay?
So how far away are they?
They've come around the corner, so they're probably about 40 odd feet away.
Yells.
12 meters.
Yeah, Dwarvish-ish.
So as you yelled at, like all of these Ratnestians spin around to look at you. Like the elf quickly raises the heavy crossbow and takes aim towards where the two of you are.
Yeah, Grandfather. No, all is well. All is well. And then he'll drop back into common and say, "These are our friends."
Oh, you can see Bertie kind of looks around and goes, "Yeah, all right. I don't look as dirty as most people around here, so that probably makes sense." Are you done with Maggot's leg yet?
Oh, you are quite welcome to come and have a look.
Yeah, I think I will actually. And Bertie walks over and has a look at the leg, and he's like, "Shit, that's pretty impressive. You know, we could use someone like you around here. Me and some of the lads and the lasses, like, every now and then we get ourselves in a bit of grief. We could have someone who could, make some of that grief go away. Do you want to join us?"
My calling, unfortunately, is not here. It is with my companions and the journey we're on. However, while what's the name of this place? Harrow, isn't it?
Yep.
Whilst we are in Harrow, and I'm able to, I can render my assistance when and where possible.
Oh. Yeah, look, that'd be great. Whereabouts you staying?
We are at the Valeway Inn.
Oh, yeah, I know that place. I've been thrown out of it a few times.
I will, as you can see with your companion here, I'm honourable in my word. We will help if the help is reciprocated when needed.
Yeah. I think we might better come to some kind of arrangement. Now, you guys wanted to get out of this place, didn't you?
We were looking for a friend who had run off. These companions of ours that had just joined us were also in the search for him. He is not from Harrow, nor is he from this area. Hence my reluctance to earlier until we established this rapport we have.
The female elf goes, do you mean a blue-skinned man who was wearing some very quite unusual clothing?
Grumpfel literally spinned to look at it. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Yes, we saw him just a couple of streets over. I was heading back towards the markets, I believe. If he's a friend of yours, you might want to try and catch up with him, because there's no guarantee a single person by themselves around here is going to actually make it out of here alive.
Could you show us the quickest way to get to him?
Yes.
Bertie turns to the elf and goes, "Hey, Prickle, do you mind just taking them down to where you saw this fella?" And she's like, "Yes, no, that's fine. I'm more than happy to take them." "Oh, look, come along. Otherwise, who knows? You might just be fighting a corpse." Go on.
Well, we don't want that. Well, we are now well met. Look and remember the faces of my companions here and this blue-skinned individual. Though you may not see his face, I'm sure you'll remember a blue-skinned individual. And if we're through here and look like we need help, then by all means, if you need help, we can obviously help each other.
Sounds great. All right, we're going to nick off now. Prickle, you take them. We're going to go and find someone else to rough up. Come on, lads. And they all start heading off deeper into the rat's nest, leaving the four of you alone with this female elf. He goes, "All right, come along." And she starts heading off sort of in a south-ish direction.
Grumpfel kind of get close to Miera and go, "Well, wasn't that fun?"
And as these other ones are hearing off again, you hear Bertie goes, "Oh, fuck, these cookies are great." I need to actually create like some kind of cookie tracking mechanism, because these cookies have almost taken on a mythical property.
Or we need to have a bag of holding for Miera and just make a big batch and just cram them in.
Make a cookie roll. So the four of you...
rumors of this traveling halfling handing out delicious cookies.
Yeah.
The Pied Piper.
Some kind of cookie monster.
Right.
Tiernan, you can hear in the distance now the low sort of hum of people from the market. You think it's not that far away as you wind your way through the streets. And then you hear behind you a voice call out, "Oh, you there? Excuse me, please stop where you are." The rest of you are all behind Prickle, and as she comes around a corner, you can see Tiernan off in the distance. And you hear her call that out to your friend.
Is the voice like nice sounding or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just like the way I did it, effectively.
Prickles is.
I
Delgrim's
say-
is not when Delgrim starts shouting your name as well. Not as nice.
I would be, when I hear the initial voice, I'd turn around and have my hand on my holster. After all, I've just been by a 5-year-old.
And you see again that a female elf, shaved head, nasty scar, dirty clothes, massive heavy crossbow in her hands, followed by your 4 friends.
Tiernan will just stand there and just hang his head in shame.
Prickle turns to the 4 of you and goes, "There's your friend. If you just keep heading that way, the market's not too far off. You should be safe there. Maybe avoid coming into the rat's nest again if you can. There's plenty of other people out here who will be more than happy to just murder you and steal all your money. Have fun." And she gives you a little wave, and then turns around and sort of jogs off back to in the general direction of where the rest of your friends were.
Before Prickle bounces out, Delgrim is going to hold out a silver coin to Prickle. Say, there were some people a few blocks from where we found you, and give just kind of rough directions in terms of street numbers and descriptions and such. They are owed this silver piece. I do not know if they are friends of yours. If they are not, they have another silver coin on their person.
She
will hand it over.
takes the silver coin and she goes, "I'll give it to them. Thanks, bye." Off into the rat's nest.
Doug will turn then to Tiernan, because they had a very emotional parting.
So-
With lots of
so-
emotions involved.
Just to add a bit here at this stage, there are a few more people mulling around here. This is close to the market, so there's a bit more sort of general populace moving through. Not nearly as busy as the rest of the town, but not sort of the slightly more abandoned and seediness that there was before.
Tiernan, are you okay?
Tiernan has trouble meeting your eyes. He's just like, yeah, I'll be alright.
We don't have to talk now. You ran into a very dangerous place. It was... we were worried we'd not find you. Or if we do find you, we find you in ditch. Just know that we were worried. That is important, I think.
Okay. I'm sorry.
At which Delgrim will then turn to Miera. And Delgrim will look slightly ashamed and say, I am sorry I reacted in such an angry way when you tried to calm us down. It's important to me. I did not consider... you did not know why and how that is important to me. I yelled at you in the way I did.
Thank you for apologizing. Just know that I'm still learning a lot of this stuff, so my only intention was really to make sure that you didn't get shot in the face by Tiernan. I'm sorry, Tiernan.
Shoot him.
I mean, you've pointed that thing at someone's back before, so I was just taking extra precautions. But I do apologize. I know.
In my defense, The last person I aimed at the back turned out to be a murderer, blackmailer, and drug runner.
We didn't know that at the time, though, did you?
I raised
did
my head.
say a
I
coward
was
and fought.
pretty reasonably sure he was a bad person.
As you
say
say that,
decisions.
as you say that, Miera, some people who are walking down the street, sort of on your side, cross to the other side of the street very quickly, and cut a wide berth around you guys.
Mummy, what's he talking about? This don't want to going.
What's the murder one?
And we're back in the markets, right?
So at this stage, you're super close. You're still technically in the rat's nest, but you can hear the noise of the markets just off, probably like a block or two away.
I'm sorry. I made everybody worry about me. Just had a really, really tough couple of weeks. It doesn't seem to be getting any better. And it's very overwhelming, this place down here off the shard. And not 5 minutes ago, I was robbed by a 5-year-old.
You were robbed?
She was 8.
8-year-old. Oh, that makes it so much better.
Yeah, like...
Oh, thank God she was only 8.
Are you okay?
I am fine.
You don't seem fine.
Can we talk out, not in the street? I will explain myself a little bit better.
Rowan's gonna reach up and pat Tiernan on the elbow. As high as she can reach. It would be a shoulder, but she can't reach that high.
Buy me,
yeah, sorry, go.
buy me a drink and a low alcoholic drink, and I will try to explain myself.
It has been an eventful couple of weeks, and today certainly was an interesting day.
Tomorrow we find drink in market. We look like sun is going down. Delgrim still doesn't. Well, it's pretty easy to figure out, I guess, how the sun works. So it's not like it's new, but it kind of winces a little bit when he looks up, kind of towards it, and that sucks.
It's probably like half an hour to an hour before dusk at this stage.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We can
Golden
hour. Get some refreshment before we look for Abrasor, the map maker in market. We'll take a breath and relax after a long day and long few weeks. And Tiernan, look, we will talk and as much as you like, but there is one thing that is, for me, better than has been for a long time, and it is 4 new friends I not have before. This is the same for you. You have 4 new friends who are here to help. Here to come running after you through dangerous rat nest.
Thank you for that. And I wasn't going to shoot you.
Delgrim doubts visibly.
Make an insight check.
Delgrim's face says the quiet part out loud.
17 on the insight check.
Tiernan isn't lying.
I believe you. And I would have let you hit me. Not necessarily with fancy pistol. But you seem to need to get something out. I I have seen my friends who have things trapped inside them. What can go wrong when those things are not let out? And I have felt the same. I know what to feel. To push things down, to not share how those things feel. You know, if you needed to hit me in the face, that would be fine. But in future, just hit me in the face. Don't point gun. It's dangerous.
Okay.
So, with that, where would you guys like to head off to now?
If we're close to the markets, I'd certainly like to try to see what we could replenish from Grumpfel's healing kit.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
If we're making our way through the markets.
Making your way downtown, absolutely.
Thank you.
Walking fast.
Yeah.
Secure all your valuables.
So
Rowan just, if he says that, Rowan just hunches back onto her back. That's
I've
already
just
on
got
her
this-
front.
I was actually waiting, Kate, for you to say. Rowan jumps back into the ring.
I've just seen so many like little kids like with their packs like that. I've just got the image of Rowan burned into my head. So you guys quickly make your way out of the rat's nest into the markets. You can see that the number of people here has died down. It appears that at this time of the day, people are probably heading off towards having evening meals, going home. There's not as many of the stalls and the like set up currently. For the sake of its sort of expediency, Grumpfel, you're easily able to find a place to be able to replenish your goods, and it would just cost the standard amount as per the player's handbook.
Yep.
So as long as you have the money for that, boom, not a problem. Where are you guys going to go for your drinks? As currently there is the bar atop the fighting pit was one place where you could get beverages. It was the Veilway, which was where, of course, Tiernan got shit-faced in the first place. And then you've also heard of the Dulcimer's Tail as well as another potential place.
Rowan would be pushing for not the one above the fighting pit, even though she is fully aware that that is probably where they're going to end up, because that's what most of the others probably want.
Delgrim would actually, given Tiernan's situation, be encouraging us to not go in that direction at all.
Oh,
Okay.
Tiernan doesn't want to go anywhere near the tip of the pits.
Yeah. Like, Delgrim is still very keen to go into the fighting pit, but it's a little too soon after Tiernan's moment, and he'd want to kind of shield him from that a bit.
Okay.
So, yeah, Dulcimer's Way, I guess.
So Dulcimer's Tail, you mean?
Oh, Tail, correct.
Yeah.
Veil Way, Dulcimer's Tail.
Yeah.
Was nicked off me.
So this is completely up to you how you carry your money with you, but she swiped your money purse. So if you would have had, it's up to you how you want to dictate that. Like if Tiernan logically would have had, some money in a different pouch or something like that, whatever, but she just basically picked your pocket.
Well, what's Cathar Bar like in terms of basic crime?
Painfully low. Because
Mm.
basically anybody who gets caught doing crime there gets kicked off.
Yeah.
Which is all kinds of not good.
Like, literally? Because it is a floating city in the sky.
Well, no, it's not a floating city in the sky.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Brilliant. Oh, no, that's right. It's like it moves.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
is information we have.
Yeah.
That would mean that he would only really have it all in one location, because he's probably never had his purse stolen before.
So like I said, logically, up to you how you want to manage that.
No,
But
that technically means all his gold, all his money.
it's one really rich 8-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's party time. So you guys, so you're going to head to the Dulcimer's Tail, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Beep 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 beep. All right.
So Tiernan's broke.
Yeah. No more 4-drink Tiernan. Wah, wah.
That kid's running around with free gold. Plus. Oh no, no, more than that.
So you head through the town, through the markets, heading towards the opposite side, where you were told the location of the Dulcimer's Tail was, or is, I should say. And I've just gone and clicked the wrong button. So, okay. As you approach, you see a large circular wooden building, roughly 2 stories high, with a bright red tiled roof. A matching red door provides entry, and over it is a sign with a dulcimer with musical notes floating from it. The door is currently closed. There are a number of windows as well, but even as you approach, you can hear sounds of talking and laughter from inside.
Rowan's gonna just sort of like wander up to the door and push on it to try and see if there's somewhere for them to go. Like wanting to get everyone off the street, basically.
Yep. The door is, as you push on it, like it's unlatched. It's just sort of been half pulled closed.
Yep.
And as you push it open, there is this wave of noise which hits you. It is voices talking, laughter, male, female voices, just this mixture of noise that cascades over you. Over the top of it, you can hear a very simple tune being played on what appears or what sounds like it's a lute or something of a similar nature. As you make your way inside, you see a very large common area, a number of tables arranged around. One end, there's a huge stage. And on either side, there's these very lush, deep red curtains framing it. And that very sort of traditional kind of, theatrical sort of sense when you look at a big stage with the big fancy curtains. Each of the tables above it, hanging from the ceiling, there is a small sort of candelabra. And in the middle of the room, there's an even larger one there. At the opposite end of the stage is a large bar, and you can see behind it, hanging on the wall, is this what appears to be a beautifully crafted dulcimer itself. Beside the bar, you can see a spiral staircase, which is going upwards. The place currently is packed. There's an awful lot of people here. Pretty much every single table appears to be pretty much full. Behind the bar, you can see a large grey-furred bugbear with a single eye. He's got this slightly stained white apron on, big smile on his face, and he's going around serving a variety of drinks to people. You can see standing on the edge of the stage by one of the curtains, just sort of watching the performers currently, there is a dwarf. The dwarf is wearing this immaculately beautiful dress, incredibly coiffed hair and beard. The clothing is immaculate. Even from here, you can see some wonderful eyeshadow and makeup that's been done on this dwarf as well. Absolutely, unbelievably resplendent in their appearance. And he's sort of, you can see him clapping along with the music that's being played. On the stage itself, you see 2 performers currently. One of them is as a half-orc. Large, built like a Greek god. shirt open down to sort of the navel, exposing just this rippling chest. Two very small tusks appearing up from the bottom lips, beautifully coiffed hair. And you can actually hear now that it is this half-orc that is singing. Beside him, much smaller, is a satyr. Big blue floppy hat, big feather sticking out of it, a wonderful blue coat on over the top with this lavish embroidery on it, furiously playing this lute and exhibiting quite a level of talent and skill with it. The singing voice of this half-orc is really quite impressive. And the crowd seems to be quite enthralled by the performance in front of them.
This beautiful voice. Have any of you heard such wonderful noise?
It is quite remarkable.
Nice.
Are there any tables free out in this common room, or are they all actually completely packed?
You look around and you can see there's one sort of as far away from the stage as possible, quite close to the bar itself, which there's a single person sitting there, appears to be a young dwarf, nursing a drink. And there's like 6 seats around them.
And a fully recovered leg.
Yeah.
Rowan, if that's the thing that we can all see,
Yep.
Rowan would sort of just start pushing her way in that general direction, more because she wants to secure somewhere for people to sit rather than necessarily because she particularly wants to stay put all the way at the back of the room. But she's going to head up towards that one sitting by himself.
Yep. There's quite a few people sort of getting up and there's a lot of socializing in here. So it's a little bit of a sort of a jostle and a move to try and work your way through. Your diminutive stature makes it a little bit easier to navigate.
She's pushing backpack to shins, basically.
Yeah. There's
He's using it like a
elbow
battering
you've got to
ram.
dodge. Yeah.
It's full of rocks, it's fine.
It's fine. And you get up to where that table is. And as you can see, the dwarf's just sitting there, like I said, just nursing that drink quietly.
Hi, sorry. Do you mind if we take these seats? There's not really anywhere else.
The dwarf appears to be just sort of fairly sort of normal garb, very sort of plain tunic and breeches, quite a thick bright red beard. Glances at you, Rowan, and says, yeah, that's fine. I'm just here by myself for the moment. If you want them, that's fine. Not a problem.
Thank you.
And then she waves to the rest of the group, we have secured seats.
Yeah, make a perception check to see if you see Rowan's toning up. You guys you saw where she went. You can sort of, yeah. Hello. So without too much hassle, you guys would be able to see where she is and can
just send up the firework to mark your spot.
Oh, good lord, that can't possibly.
I don't have a firework.
Yeah,
But I
didn't even get to see the fireworks.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
That's
very,
so mean.
sad and unfortunate.
So you guys are just going to head over there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
and
Tiernan's
Delgrim
trailing
will-
around behind these guys who's just following where they go.
Yep. Okay.
Delgrim will shout the table around, including the red-headed dwarf at the table as well.
So was that you were shouting them a drink?
Yeah.
So you head up to the bar, and the bugbear comes over, glances sort of down at you, says, "Yep. What can I get you today, sir? What are you after?"
What is dwarf on the table over there drinking now?
Kind of glances over and goes, "Oh, I'd hazard a guess he's probably got himself a journeyman."
I will have 6 of those to the table, please.
6 of them, right? That's 2 silver each.
Delgrim will put down a gold coin. Then
It looks down at it and he's just like, so you wanted 6, is that right?
yes.
Yep.
Miera put down another gold coin.
Oh, he's like, did you want to set up a tab there, miss?
Just wanted to make sure everyone was covered.
Oh, look, that's very generous of you. And he takes the 2 coins. He says, I don't think I've seen you 2 round here before. What are your names? As he starts sort of pouring the drinks.
My name's Miera.
Miera. Well, it's nice to meet you, Miera. And you, sir?
Delgrim Harrowfell, Gloomborn of Narvaloj.
Oh, very. My name's Lud of the Dulcimer's Tale. This is my establishment. It is my most supreme pleasure, and he does a small bow, to have you grace the premise. Here are your drinks. And he sort of slides them all over. He goes, actually, hold on. Dimler, and sort of calls out, and this another dwarf appears. This dwarf is clean shaven, appears to be female, very, very slender for a dwarf, with very short brown hair, and just very plain breeches and tunic. Again, similar sort of white apron on. She comes over and gives you guys a wave and pulls out a tray and starts loading them up and goes, all right, where are we going? Yeah. She scoots over with quite the skill and grace, navigates her way through the crowd ahead of you. There's a few times elbows fly and she sort of manages to sort of dance out of the way to ensure that the mugs and stuff don't get knocked over. And as you follow her, which I'm assuming you're doing, if you're not, that's also cool.
Absolutely will be. But we'll also turn to Miera. What is tab?
Oh, so it's kind of like you put money, or you give them money, just in case you want extra drinks.
When would you not want extra drink?
It's just so you don't have to keep opening your pouch and taking gold out and paying for the drinks. Then you just give them enough to cover like a couple of drinks. Saves time. And they and bar
time.
people tend to like it too.
And you can visibly see Delgrim taking a note of this concept of tabs in bars and liking the idea. Yeah.
So as you make your way through, you hear a number of the patrons calling out to Dimler as you make your way. She's obviously very well known and very well liked. She responds to a lot of people, often by name, as she makes her way through. Delivers her drinks. Says to me, look, if you need anything else, please just let me know. And with that, she vanishes off back into the audience. And as you guys sit down with your drinks, ready to have a little bit of a relax after everything that's occurred, I feel like now's probably a good time to have a little break. Saz, are you ready to hit the big golden break button of breakiness? I'm not sure. Okay.
You're excellent with naming stuff.
Sorry?
So good at naming stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm pretty awesome.
It's a week for words, isn't it? It's like help. Grumpfel with the will help with the help, and then we can all help. Great, cool.
All right. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes or so. Thank you to everybody who's lurking and hanging out with us. Congratulations to Grumpfel for making some unbelievable rolls, which resulted in you guys probably not getting into all sorts of shit. And we'll see you in 10 minutes or so. What are we doing?
We're on.
We're on. Hi, welcome back.
Right.
We're ready
And
to
that's
go.
when I said,
And that's when I said, oh no, it's when Cass said something inappropriate. So where we left off was the group having successfully navigated their way out of the rat's nest in one piece due to predominantly the fast talking of Grumpfel and his healing skills. Tiernan slightly less wealthy now due to
Slightly.
quick fingers of an 8-year-old. You have found yourselves in the Dulcimer's Tail, sitting at a table in a far corner, basically as far away from the stage as you can be, each with a large beverage in front of you.
And with a new friend by the sounds of things.
And with, yes, this red-headed dwarf kind of sitting off to one side, looking at all of you, kind of, as you've come together. It's an interesting collection of people. And Delgrim, when the drink gets pushed in front of him, he sort of surveys all of you and goes, is this for me?
Will you let us sit here? So
Oh, it's greatly appreciated.
A drink for you, cousin.
Oh,
Enjoy.
thanks,
Drink
really
deep.
and he holds it up and sort of like holds it out for a cheers towards you, Delgrim.
Which he absolutely gets.
Big cheers, and he takes a big swig of it back. For those of you who sample this, it's a very dark, thick stout, very rich, almost. Oh my god, my brain has just completely checked out when I'm trying to think of what to compare it to.
Liquid
Guinnessy?
bread.
Sorry, what was that?
Guinnessy.
Liquid bread.
Guinnessy,
Kilkenny?
that's the one.
Yeah.
Yep. Very, very Guinnessy. That's the one.
Take the one with the Irish surname. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Harder.
Clink.
so you're saying it's stout.
Yeah.
He sort of looks around you guys and says, "So you haven't seen you lot here before? Are you new to town, or?"
just passing through.
Tiernan's going to take a big swig of the of the drink and then hold it in two hands and just looking down into the glass.
Yep.
Do you come here a lot? Is it a popular place? It seems popular here. We heard it was good.
Yeah, look, it's really popular here. There's often various sort of performances and stuff, but it's been really packed. The Mystic Delirium's in town, and like this is probably one of the best groups we've had here for I don't know how long. They've been in town for a couple of weeks now, I guess. Super popular. The place packs out really quick. You're probably lucky that you got here when you did. Most of the time, by the time it gets dark, even trying to find a standing place can be difficult.
Well, thank you for letting us share the table in that case.
Oh.
Because you could have given it to anybody and you gave it to us.
Look, it's my pleasure. Braxton's my name, by the way.
Rowan,
Rowan, he sort of looks around at all of you.
Delgrim.
Delgrim.
Miera, hi.
Hi, Miera. Nice to meet you. Glances at Grumpfel.
Oh, hello, good sir. I am Grumpfel Greystone.
Oh, it's nice to meet you, Grumpfel. And you, sir, he says, sort of looking across at you, Tiernan.
Tiernan doesn't even look up from his mug and just says, Tiernan.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Tiernan. Sit back, enjoy the show. Again, thanks very much for the drink. Cheers to your good health.
Rowan's gonna have positioned herself like next to Tiernan as much as possible.
Mhm.
Just sort of give him a little elbow. A little elbow. With just the sort of like,
Are you okay? Like, you don't seem okay.
Tiernan looks at you briefly.
big doe eyes right back at you.
He sighs and
Tiernan buys her
Take
the
them.
toys.
takes another drink of his drink and lets it sort of rest in him a little bit. And he puts his hand between his collars and pulls out a he's got a necklace on, which is made up of metal bands. It's all little silver bands, silver metal pieces. And he unclips it and pulls it up. And on the end of the necklace is a ring. He goes, holds up the ring. I've got a ring too, Rowan. It's a bronze band, and on the top of it is a small glass dome. And if you look at it, you can see a tiny little speck of some sort of material you don't know, something you have never seen before, and it's pulsing with this palest green light. And Tiernan is looking at this ring, and you can tell it's very, very, very important to him. And he doesn't look up. He's just looking at this ring. And he says, almost 3 weeks ago, this ring didn't glow. There was no light to it. Now, there is a twin of this ring. It's my mother's, is the twin. Before she left Carthaba, as a way of assurance, so she didn't get into the same difficulty as whatever my father has gotten himself into. And she told me that if the ring glowed red, then she was in trouble. 3 weeks ago, it started to glow green. And I have no idea why.
Well,
Now, he takes another drink of his drink. No one here has been to Carthaba. No one. We don't often get visitors, and when we do get them, they're very rare and they're very. We, I guess, control where they go, they see. It's the way it works. We don't leave. We don't leave Carthaba. There's no reason for us to leave Carthaba. Everything we could ever want is there. But my father left for some reasons or some sort of on a job for the Institute. And it was very, very hush. I had a good connection with my father. He helped me make Blinky. And he suddenly became very closed off. And then he started to go on frequent trips down here. And those trips became longer and longer. Until he didn't come back. So, then my mother caught wind of something and started to get concerned and broke into my father's workshop, which has always been off limit. We're not supposed to go in there. After all, he is a member of the council. Anyway. My brother Cillian. My mother must have found something. And my brother Cillian is the acting guild master with Father gone. The Deepalan family, where we run the Shardsmith Guild. We have for a while now. And Dad was more of a tinkerer than he was a politician, I guess you'd say. So when Cillian came of age, he was given a lot of the management side of things because it plays into it. He's not a tinkerer. He's more ambitious. Anyway, Mum found out something. She wouldn't tell me. She went to my brother. And he lost his shit. He got incredibly angry and basically told her that threatened her into silence. I don't know what's wrong with him. So then she left and she gave me the twin ring and told me that to allay my concerns, she said about it would grow red if the health was in trouble. 3 weeks ago, it glowed green. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm terrified with trying to work out I'm terrified to try to work out how this ring works. I don't quite understand it. It's too intricate, the mechanisms. Anyway, earlier today, I had a few to drink and I thought of Cillian. And I just got so angry. He makes me so angry. I brought the ring to his attention. And he waved me off as if it was nothing. And he'd send out search party. Tiernan takes a deep breath. He only cares about his own. So I told him off. And before I even got home, by the time I got home, I should say, we had the guards knocking at our door. Didn't have long, but I was able to find a tiny scrap of what my father and mother have gotten themselves in. And it doesn't even make any sense. But I couldn't stay. Couldn't stay. Because Cillian wasn't going to do anything. So I just left. And since then, I've gotten lost. I've attacked people. I've been implicated in, and he looks over at Delgrim, grave robbery, assaulting an old woman, break and entering. And I just got robbed by an 8-year-old. So it's been a little bit overwhelming. And at this point, Tiernan's trying to hold back tears. And to make everything worse, I'm on the wrong side of the continent. I don't even know if they're still.
Rowan is just going to give him a big hug. Or as big as she can.
Tiernan, you mean to say you know who your parents are?
The last time Dad left, he was over on the east side of what's the continent we're on? The name of the continent?
Helldawn.
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 I think.
And he was. I'm trying to remember where what was that major city, mate? I've forgotten it.
Of what? Sorry.
What was the major city that on the east side of Helldawn, southeast?
Oh shit!
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the city.
Swear jar.
Oh bother! You've completely caught me.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your map, Ham?
I am
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
furiously digging for
While
my.
Ham is frantically digging, like Rowan's little hug is that like it's that kind of hug.
Ash makes props has found it.
Just- It's no, it is not the minge munches. Ash.
It's near there.
It's proximal.
Up a bit, left a bit. Left. Wait, what?
I needed to highlight these.
Terrible. To paraphrase Firefly, very special place in hell.
Yeah, very special place in hell. But no, the hug from Rowan is one of those ones that's just like it's the pressure of a weighted blanket, or like it's a comfort hug.
Canterwell.
There we
Found
go.
it. Yeah. He
Makes one of us.
hopped off Cartharbal near Canterwell. It's one of our main routes that Cartharbal takes. We go over to Canterwell to exchange certain resources and so forth. That's where he left.
And the DM will just jump in here quickly and go, Grumpfel, you would definitively know where Cantwell is.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's southeast of Glint.
Bless your cotton socks, yes it is.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
So I'm really in over my head. I know that I'm not familiar with any of this land. I don't get it. Your culture is very, very different to where I'm from. Carthabal's very bureaucratic, very structured, very orderly. The only real hint I've got is Canterwell was his last known location. And this tiny little scrap of paper and he shows it up. It's an old piece of paper. It's only like a triangle. How big would you say this piece of paper is, Hamish?
Oh,
One
sort
with
of
the
like
diagrams.
yeah, sort of like a quarter a piece of A4. So it's not that big.
And Tiernan couldn't recognize the text, could he?
Correct.
Yeah. So this is the only hint got. He holds up this piece of paper. You can see two little diagrams, some strange writing. And Dad's made a comment about next piece, highest peak, mountain, where the radiant shadows lie. That's it. Unless you guys recognize this language, I don't have a clue.
Can Rowan gently takes it from you, like breaks the hug, gently takes it from
Tiernan's not really letting this thing go. He'll show it to
just
you.
more in a like so that she can lean it down so she can see it. Like takes it.
He will allow that.
Can knowing what languages Rowan speaks, or do I need to tell you what those are, Ham?
Just quickly remind me, because
Common, Dwarven, Halfling, and Terran.
Yep.
Plus whatever the heck you want to say about my knowledge based on my having been places that we haven't uncovered enough of in this conversation yet. Is that stuff that she would be able to read? Is the question. Cool. In which case, what she's going to do is, while you've got it held up, is pull out like a little scrap of parchment and redraw it so that they've got like multiple copies of the same thing. Does that make sense?
Yep. So creating a duplicate of it.
Creating a duplicate of it so that they can doodle all over the duplicate copy, and Tiernan can keep the piece he's got safe.
No, I don't really want you to take a copy, Rowan.
I was just going to try and understand it, but I can't. I'm a bit worried about where we are right now. It's not safe for me to do what I need to do. And in case we get separated again, I just wanted to make sure that I can still try and find out for you. That's all.
It's more of a case, and Tiernan puts it away. It's potentially dangerous with you having.
Just quickly,
So I take it while it was out, though, we all would have leaned in to see if we recognize.
well, I was going to ask, was everybody having a look at this piece of, like, firstly, Tiernan, were you showing it to everybody?
I was a bit concerned about there being another dwarf at the table, as a complete stranger.
He's looking at this point really fucking awkward. Because you're just sort of spewing forth this
I
stuff.
assumed it was a loud table, so like this is one of those things where like I just kind of sidled up next to Tiernan and had this conversation. I don't know how many people have actually been listening.
Yeah, well,
it's a different question.
He's still sort of like kind of looking a bit awkward. But for the rest of you guys, this is important. Like, are the rest of you listening in? Are you paying attention to the crowd? What are you guys doing in regards to like, yeah.
I would have been
Delgrim's
listening
laser
in.
points, sorry.
And also just keeping an eye on Tiernan because she's concerned about him drinking. So she would be sort of leaning in to try and hear what was being said as well.
Okay. What about the other two?
Depending on level of conversation, like level of volume of conversation, if the room is loud and we're sort of huddled in talking to each other, then Grumpfel would sort of listen, follow along, and if there was a map, have a look. But if we're around the table and ambient noise, if he couldn't hear it, and obviously looked like Rowan and Tiernan were having just a little not a heart to heart, but a little chat, then Grumpfel would go, okay, that might be just a private conversation. So it depends on how the narrative is.
The tables are kind of big. Like, the tables are designed obviously for the people around them to be able to have a conversation. So they're not huge. So it is completely up to you in regards to if you would be listening in or not. Absolutely your call. You could do it without being intrusive, like having to sort of climb halfway across the table to be able to see what's going on.
What?
Yeah. But also, it would be easy enough to lean back and to hear their voices, but not be able to pick up on the conversation.
Also, hi, Raider. Hi, Adventurer Elrath, for rating us.
Hi,
with
Elrath.
one. Hello.
Oh, Raid.
Hello.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Raid.
Hello.
Right. We love a raid. Sorry.
Elrath.
Continue.
Dude, so good to see you.
Tiernan wouldn't be
Delgrim,
talking overly loud. He doesn't want this conversation to go beyond the table.
Delgrim?
will be laser focused on Tiernan just because he's already concerned about Tiernan's welfare, given the events of the day. But as soon as Tiernan starts talking about the feeling of being in a land he doesn't understand, Delgrim's drawn even more into that, and you'll actually see like a tear fall from Delgrim's eye as he talks his way through that. And we'll absolutely check out that piece of paper as it's brought out to see if he understands the language.
No, Delgrim, you look at it and like it's a bunch of weird symbols and stuff, and it makes no sense to you at all.
Would I understand it?
You glance over as well, Miera, and have a look at it as he's sort of holding it up. And yeah, you don't understand why no one else can. You can read it quite easily. It's in a text which you were taught by a good friend of yours. It's actually in Celestial.
Would I don't know whether I should. Maybe I'll let Tiernan know. I can understand what it's saying.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, my friend taught me how to read. It's like, I think it's Celestial or something.
Tiernan's quite eager at this enthusiasm. He's just sort of like gotten everywhere. He's what? He starts holding up the paper on the thing. What does it actually say? What's this bit say?
Read it out.
Okay. So you have a look at the piece of paper and you start to sort of read out the words. It's really hard because you can read Celestial, but a lot of the words don't make any sense to you. And as you read through it, and the rest of you are listening as well, Tiernan, for you, it's quite obvious that it's almost like reading a schematic. These are instructions on how to build something. But there is not enough on here to like, it's such a small piece of a corner of a piece of paper. Without the context, it's really, it's hard to know exactly what it's even talking about. But even the words and the language that's being used there seems to be highly complex.
So it's Celestial.
Yeah. And like your brain is like, yes, no, this is definitely like instructions or a schematic to build something, but fucking who knows? Yeah.
Celestial. Does Tiernan know the origins of the Celestial language?
I mean, I mean, Celestial, like, I mean, you know, it comes from like celestial creatures, you know, but that would be sort of the extent of it.
For the gods and so forth?
Yeah, yeah. Not necessarily, so not all celestial creatures are gods, and not all gods are celestial creatures. But yeah. It is definitely an incredibly rare and unique language, and something that would be almost entirely unused in Cathabal.
Celestial. It's like Tiernan's just... You all see that Tiernan's clearly just sitting there thinking. He's like completely blanked out and gone all internal for a moment.
Rowan's going to snap out of her sort of staring at Tiernan because everyone else is nice and laser focused. and just try and distract Dwarf Boy from what else is going on. Like, just to make sure that he's not like...
You can see, like, he's not paying... Like, you can see someone who kind of wants to be paying attention, but has enough social grace to
she's just deliberately going to try and make sure that that's off to the side. Like,
you kind of, like, he glances...
have a conversation about the band kind of deal.
Yeah. Like, he glances over at you at one stage and sort of, like, sees you looking at him. He's like, oh, hey. Oh, God. Yeah. Definitely not paying attention to everything else that's going on.
No. What I mean is she's going to break out of the conversation with the others and go and deliberately distract him.
Oh, right. Okay.
So that they can have whatever conversation they want without him. And assuming, given that she doesn't get filled in anyway, there's no point in her like...
So about those Broncos.
Basically, right? Like, to ask more about the band and more about the town and like what the band's been doing since I got here, that kind of thing.
Yep.
This is probably conversation that should be had away in private anyway. The discussing maps and layouts and schematics.
Who knows what ears might be out there?
Anyway. Oh well. Tiernan's going to thank you profusely, Miera, for pointing that out, and then he quickly puts the piece of paper away.
Like, as you're sort of talking, Rowan with Breaks on the Dwarf, he's like, I can't wait for Lady Ophelia to get up and perform. Like, it is one of the highlights of the show. You absolutely have to be here, and some of the effects they use, like, this is like it is. You don't get this kind of performance. Like, he's super passionate and driven about this. He's like, there's lighting effects and like, it's next level. This is incredible. Like, I can't wait for you guys to see what this is like.
What kind of performers are they?
So he points up to the stage. He goes, so the one on the left, the satyr. So that's his name's Aloysius. He's the leader of the troupe. He sings, he dances, he plays a lot of the instruments. He points to the other one. He's like, that's Tate. He's one of the lead singers. He's also, like, when you kind of look at him, and he's pretty handsome and cut and everything. Amazing poet. Like, if you come here during the day, sometimes he'll just like be doing these poetry readings. Then there's Z, and he's like, he sort of stands up a little bit and he points. If you look up at the table at the front, so if you see between the halfling with the blonde hair and the other elf dude, there's a blue sort of frog creature, and you look up, and indeed there is like a blue frog creature sitting up there. And she's like, that's Z. He's like this amazing acrobat. It's incredible. And Lady Ophelia, be still my heart. She just, the voice of an angel. She plays a harp. I come here whenever I can. I want to support them. I from what I've heard, they're not going to be in town too much longer, but it is amazing what they can do. And then there's these pixies which they have, but Prax and Prox, Prix and Prax. I can't remember their names, but it is the best performance you will ever see. It is extraordinary.
Sounds really fun. What's you said Lady Ophelia does some. What time does she go on normally?
Oh, I mean, normally
soon, or like.
I mean, I'm hoping soon. They're kind of a bit random with how they approach things. I think Aloysius tends to sort of play to the crowd. So if it's a really raucous evening, then they'll play a bit more of their bawdy songs and stuff like that. But if it's maybe a calmer evening, or if there's a lull, then he'll often like Lady Ophelia will come out, and she's got this one song, the Solara's Lament. It just like I well up every time I hear it. It's the most beautiful song. So I'm hoping that she'll be on at some stage. I mean, normally it is, but like, are you and your friends going to be staying here all night? Are you?
I mean, we were talking about we might have to go out and meet somebody and then come back again. But if there's something we should see, then we could probably try and work out the best timing for all of that.
Well, I mean,
it's one of those things where we got to do a little delivery thing, job thing.
Oh, look, I understand.
Come back,
got to make a living. Absolutely. Look, I mean, I can maybe try and hold the table for you if you're not going to be away too long. I mean, you guys bought me a drink. That's the least I could do.
I'll ask the others for sure. But like, they're obvious. Tiernan, the sulky one, he's had a big day, so he's having a bit of a time. So I just thought it's a bit more fun if we have a conversation rather than listening to him wallow in self-pity.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's a little...
Am
I hearing all this?
I'm not sure.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure
But,
what
like,
his thing is.
You would
but
also know that Rowan is the kind of person who, like, at this point, she's plonked down at a table with Delgrim in the very first day that you guys met, and was just like, "Hi, who are you?" So you get that she's the kind of person who's like,
Oh, Tiernan's just a little bit confused that he put his heart on the table and all of a sudden talking to some rando.
No. She gave you a big hug, and then everyone else started talking to you, and then she was like, "Okay, well, I'm just gonna go then."
Yeah.
And Braxton's like,
Broxton joining the party in like 2 seconds.
No,
and
no
Braxton's
DMPCs.
actually no. And Braxton's like, "Oh, look, I mean, I heard, like, I started hearing it, and it was," and he kind of leans in close to you, and he's like, "It was kind of awkward because I don't know you guys, and it sounded like he was having, a bit of a thing going on." So I just kind of tuned it out. Anyway, it's been a lovely day to today, hasn't it? Weather's been great. Glad that you're here.
Yeah, we just go into sort of the conversation.
Yeah.
And she deliberately, while he's sort of pointing at stuff at the front, looks back to Tiernan and just kind of does the nod of like, "It's okay. I'm just trying to like, it's fine. You're fine."
As you sort of glance up to the stage, you can see that Aloysius, the satyr, and Tate, the half-orc, are still up there. But you now can see that there's these swirls of colour kind of winding in between them. And if you look sort of really closely, you can just see something very small, what appears to be flying, trailing these colours behind it, and this sort of very elaborate aerial dance around them as they're performing these various songs.
You know what that is?
Oh, that'll be Pricks and Prax. Prax and Prox.
The pixies.
The
right?
pixies. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it's the whole it's the music, it's the look, it's the lights, it's the it's
Vibe.
It's the vibe, man.
I mean, do you always sit at the back to watch, or do you try and push up the front at some point?
Well, I mean, sometimes I try to it, but I've got some friends I normally come with, but they're all busy tonight, so I feel rude going up to the front. I like to give other people an opportunity to be right up close. So, I sit back here. I can still see for the most part. It can be a bit rough, depending later on in the evening if you get lots of people standing.
Yes, I don't really love being in the middle of crowds, being as diminutive as I am.
I completely understand. I'm not exactly the tallest.
And now they're having that weird conversation that people have when they're like, "Yeah, no, we have this weird thing in common."
Yeah. So as Rowan and your new friend Braxton,
My new friend Braxton,
having another conversation, what are the rest of you guys up to?
Yep, go Grumpfel.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say.
I've talked enough, I think.
I was just going to say, Grumpfel and Delgrim, being of subterranean nature, are waiting for the next group. I believe they're called Band with Rocks In, or music. Is it Music with Rocks In? I can't stuff the reference up. Don't mind me. Who's next?
Look over there.
I can't think of it now. Oh,
yeah,
it was absolutely
Music with
Rocks In.
Music with Rocks In. God,
yeah,
brain fart.
That's so you rolled a natural one on your
Oh,
performance.
I did.
There, so let's move on.
Yes, yes. Let's now. I'm looking at my watch. Oh, that's the time.
Yeah. That's fine. It's great. Yeah. Okay. What about the rest of you guys?
I think Delgrim will have kind of moved aside Tiernan, and we'll just kind of have a supporting kind of hand reached up onto his shoulder. Then,
That's right, you guys are always also short.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do know what it's like to be outside of your own place. It can be strange, it can be terrifying, but it can also be a chance to learn. I said before, you have 4 new friends now you not have before. One of them has helped you with note. Your ring, it not glow in bad color. It not glow red. There's no reason to think your mother in any danger. NBC.
NVC, you mad
Speaking
bastard.
of danger, you know exactly what you're trying to do, and I love it. But Tiernan, I feel we share many things, and when we have fulfilled our promise to Greenfield, we also help Miera find her friend, and I would like to offer my axe to help you find your family.
Much appreciated, Delgrim. And honestly, part of the reason why I wanted to go check out this the Scimitar Mountains is maybe there's a lead. I don't know. Maybe there's. I'm grasping at straws, and the light is of concern. On the ring, it's an unknown. This device has provided an unknown result, and that confuses me.
Tell me more of this ring. What is this that the ring is made of? I take it Delgrim hasn't seen anything similar in the Shadow Ways.
No, not.
Like a even remotely similar nature. Yeah, no.
Well, it's powered by the substance, the same substance which all our
Guys,
magic.
we might just have to pause for a second because we are hitting like ridiculous hype
wow.
train
Yeah,
in the chat
no,
right now. So like
it's-
in a lovely way, as the different beautiful is beautiful. We've had 20 gifted subs in the last couple of minutes.
We
I wanna
have,
say.
and some
So
of it some
we
of
might
it's
just need to take a sec.
highly loaded as well. I know
Yeah,
some of these
they
people,
want-
but in saying
Mhm.
that, it is still wonderful and great.
Yeah.
And I'm just lucky that the sub count, I never promised singing. It wasn't me, it was other people. So.
No, I did, but it's 250 that you have to get to. So
Well, that's just it. Yeah, but and to get a singing ham, it's at least 5,000
well,
subs.
the problem with 250 is that we only have 174 followers at this point. So like we don't even have 250 followers to get me to that point yet.
Yep. Oh.
I am gifting a sub exclusively so that I can get to the next sub batch. By the way, the gifted sub batch. I was like, well, we could do one.
Thank you to everybody who has
yes,
been
that's
awesome
16
enough
subs.
to
Bring on the yodeling DM.
yodeling.
My
Let's
God.
not.
So we're at a level 5 hype train right now, and like not that many. Like I think it's 2 more gifted subs will get us to a level 6. There
we go.
There they go.
Oh, sweet lord.
All-time record shattered.
Well done.
There it is.
I'm going to use the
The
VODs
VODs
to make hands sing. Wow. I feel this is where it's just going to use an
to quote
AI
Ellen,
to...
the ham is alive
Oh,
with the sound of
This is this is going to be like the Brian Williams, the US newsreader doing Warren G's Regulate. I can see someone's going to.
Oh my God, NBC.
Oh God,
stop.
Whoa.
Jesus
Oh,
fucking
God.
Christ, guys.
We
This
have a
is-
lovely community and we love hate you all.
We do. This is completely out of control, but in the best possible way. You bunch of
Someone's
NBC's
put
motivated
deep
Talera.
fake
Yeah.
ham.
So we're a level
fake.
7.
look.
Cool.
Only-
Can someone
only
clip
accept,
this, by the
genuine
way?
ham,
Ash,
no
I put
deep
this in your
fake.
hands to clip this at some point.
What was that?
I put this in someone's hands to like clip this section of us just being like, sorry, what?
Look at these numbers.
This is-
D20 is motivated by
Cupcakes.
cupcakes.
yeah, well,
We have cookies. We don't have cupcakes.
look, and I will put this out there again that because I think I've said it before. I can't remember if I've said it on stream, but if you do look hard enough on the internet, you can find me singing somewhere. So look,
There is another lovely group of Twitch D&D humans that have caused me to sing on the internet. They let me play a pirate bard, so that kind of helped.
yes,
And I
yes,
sang sea shanties on the internet.
absolutely.
But you know,
That's right.
if I decide to get my fringe show going around the time of PAX in Melbourne, if I get a venue, you can come see me live, humans, instead of
Oh, absolutely, we'll be there
on
with
the
bells
internet.
on.
So,
Yeah.
and
So-
as NBC and Ellen and Red, if they're in the chat, would be able to tell you, you know, I don't suck that much.
Don't suck. You do more than just not suck, Kate. Bloody hell.
Seeing the Kate. Thank you, Ellen.
Yeah. There's
Critically
only one.
acclaimed.
No.
Uh-oh, he's threatening to do it again.
Don't.
All right, so let's
Oh my God.
let's try and let's swing this train back around.
Which one? The hype one or the? No.
I don't know.
I think Tiernan was
That's a
just saying,
two-handed pot stir.
Delgrim, I don't quite understand the technology of the ring. I'm afraid to tinker with it to work it out. Otherwise, it could break. That's the only lifeline I have at the moment.
We will. I am confident we'll find someone who can help us understand the ring. But we stay
Maybe.
together. We help each other. And step one is to visit Mapmaker in Market.
Yes, I agree.
And Delgrim will kind of turn to the rest of the table and just kind of shout, Are we ready to go to Market and see Abrisor
Stretcher tape.
for a mountain map?
Tiernan discreetly puts the ring away.
So I think Delgrim asked a question that maybe got lost in there.
Yeah, I agreed.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
We find Abrisor who make map. Maybe, if we're lucky, we find where in Scimitar Mountain our other map is, and we have a look there.
Maybe.
Breaks and goes, are you all leaving?
Yes, but we may be back. Right? I think we're coming back.
Sorry, guys. I will be 1 second. I can just hear like a loud banging sound outside. I just need to make sure nothing is going wrong. But I will be right back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's great.
Saz, don't worry about it. I'll just be a second. Yeah.
Yeah, all good. These are just to
Yes.
antagonize him.
Uh-huh.
Yes, cousin, we are going to see Abrisor. We are looking for a map of Scimitar Mountain.
Like Abrisor. Name doesn't ring a bell, but I mean, I don't know much about maps, or haven't really had to find one before. But so yeah, okay. Well, look, I mean, do you want me? I mean, I was just talking to Rowan here, and like, is there like I said, I can hold the table for you guys to come back. Like, I think, like, seriously, you need to come back. Like, I don't think these guys are going to be in town too much longer. It would be a real shame if you missed any more of the performance.
Do we all need to go to the map guy?
No, I'm sure 2 or 3 of us could go find Mapmaker.
do we really want to split up after what just happened?
This is true, Tiernan. Yeah, probably not a good idea.
If you want to see show, we can come back. That's
No,
fine.
I'm more interested in the map. I just thought that Rowan wished to stay.
I don't need to stay. I like she sort of like whipped around. Like, I don't need to stay if we need to go somewhere. We were just having a conversation about the band for a moment while you guys were sorting out what was happening next. And she looks at you with that very like, don't be ridiculous. I'm coming with you. Just like I'm deliberately and the like I'll explain later face.
Oh, now she's willing to be deceitful. Okay.
Breaks and
She
says,
was
"Oh,
having a conversation about the band. She's not lying.
well,
Okay, well, I guess we'll go.
okay. I'm sorry. Did you want me to hold the table for you, or I mean, how long were you going to be? Seemed like a nice group. I feel like I sort of owe you something from the drink, so.
What do you think, folks? Are we going to be very long, do you think?
Map can't be that long, surely.
Tiernan shrugs.
Yeah, you can. It's Braxton. If you hold table seats for us, that would be
Yeah.
wonderful. We
Look, I
finish
think it's
night
only
here, enjoying beautiful songs.
Sounds
Level
great.
9 hype train.
Oh, sweet lord.
Oh
God.
wow.
If we
Oh,
had-
you guys
Just
are
ticked-
awesome.
No, it's level
This is-
9. It's just ticked over into level 10. It's not at level 10 yet. It's just completed level 9.
Nice.
Yeah.
So if it hits double figures, it'll be the episode. But it's I don't know. Do we like get something awesome? Like
I
don't
don't
know.
understand.
no,
This is how much people. This is how much Promethean and NVC and D20 want me to sing on the internet at this rate. This is gifting all the subs that Kate has to sing on the internet.
Well, look. I mean,
I'm not playing a bard right now.
Who's-
She has no
who's-
reason to sing on the internet.
but you could be.
Ash.
Don't you mean Ham will
And
sing,
we'll sing with chat. I mean, look, 250 is my promise. Ham didn't promise that.
No, I
250 is
think
my promise.
you are being misled, people. The dulcet tones of my singing voice will not be heard upon this.
We'll do a
stream.
dub. Do
Yeah.
a dub. You can just move your mouth and I'll
Yeah,
sing underneath. Okay.
Never going to give you up.
No. No.
All right. So with that, you guys, Braxton says, "All right, I'll hold the table for as long as I can. Hopefully you're not away too long. Yeah. Shout out to NBC. Totally. Yep. You guys exit the Dulcimer's Tail. Head outside into the dusk, and make your way back towards the markets. Boop, 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 boop. Okay.
Geo!
Oh.
Jesus.
Wow.
Far out.
Wow, dude.
I don't know. Says I don't know.
Whoa,
That's
man.
the face I'm pulling.
Whoa, man. That's nuts.
The
That's
poor little,
incredible.
the poor little like announcement of all the subs is so far behind.
Yeah, it's just kind of shit. It's just gone, I give
Oh
up.
my
I just
God.
fucking level 3 million. You just
No,
take
you're
it
fat,
all.
but you did not fat.
That's-
You did not fat figure, you bastard.
That's level 10. That's what I don't know about the rest of everyone. I mean, this has been fantastic watching the hype. I might make a suggestion that perhaps people make a donation to Black Dog
Yeah.
Institute as well.
That's a good shout right now.
It is.
I
It
know
is.
you want me to sing on the internet. That'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
But like, Black Dog does amazing work and is important, and all of the things.
And please stay within your economic
Yeah.
boundaries too. Don't
Yeah.
anyone for the
Mm.
sake of a laugh. And we are thankful for what's happening now, but please stay within your economic boundaries.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Don't
Yeah.
extend.
No, and look, everyone who has donated here is just fucking awesome. Thank you so much. I don't.
Got the hype 10 now to move to donations.
Yep.
That's the shout, Ellen. That's absolutely the shout. I mean, yeah. Oh my god.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Legends all.
Sorry, you said a round of applause, right? That's what you wanted.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right.
Right,
So
wait,
To the
wait.
map maker.
yeah. To the map maker. So you guys.
Market to market to buy us a map.
Yep. All right. So you guys make your way back through the town, back to the markets. Again, less and less people in the streets. As you get to the market square, you sort of pass a few wagons that are making their way out, and they've all packed up and they're heading off. And you head down towards sort of the end where you were advised where Abrasaur was sort of meant to have set up his little cart. And lo and behold, you do see sort of parked in the corner a small cart. In front of it, there is a little table. And sitting at the table, you can see an absolutely ancient-looking Durgar. His grey skin is almost sort of entirely wrinkled. Most of his hair's gone. He's got this very thin, wispy beard which covers his chin. He's got very, very dark eyes. You can see that he's wearing these big, almost sort of Coke bottle-like thick metal rimmed glasses. And is also wearing some fairly old and battered leather armor, and across the chest is a bandolier, and in it appears to be a number of like scroll cases. On the table, you can see that there's an axe with a very worn and well-used looking handle on it. Beside the wagon, you can see quite an old-looking mule just standing there. It's got like a little feed bag on its face, and it's just kind of munching away. The wagon itself has got an open end, and you can see curled up in the back of it, like a very, very big cat, what appears to be some kind of serpentine creature. And as you look a little bit closer, you can see that it has two wings, which has got wrapped around its body, and its long serpentine neck is curled around, very much like a cat, how it curls into like a tiny little ball. Its red scales are slightly sort of darkish and faded. And it looks like some sort of drake, almost a little bit like some of the dragon images that you've seen on some of the gates around here, but just a lot smaller.
Delgrim will remove his hat, which he would have been wearing. Now that the sun's kind of down a bit more, he'll take that off, and in Dwarvish just greet Abrasaur then with something along the lines of, "Well met, cousin, in this place. We are seeking map to a place known as Scimitar Mountain, and are told you are purveyor of such things. Can you help us?"
Glances over and goes, "Oh, well met, brother. Yes, my name is Abrasaur Sarestone. It's good to meet you. I see. Was it map of, where was it again? The Scimitar Mountains.
Known as Scimitar Mountains to people above.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the Scimitar Mountains. Is a particular region that you're looking at?"
We have... Let me speak with my friends. There is a particular region that we are trying to find location of. Let me speak to my friends and see if we can help you narrow down the area.
Well, very well.
Delgrim will go over to Miera and just kind of, it's real casually whisper, "I need to show Mapmaker treasure map, but we want to hold it in such a way that it's not obvious a treasure map. There are a big X on the map. Do you want to bring it over and maybe try and hide big mark on map?"
Miera would have headed towards that drake creature when she first saw it as well, so I'd be over at that near that vicinity. But I'll pull the map out of my bag and pass it to Delgrim. And I don't. Is the X is is it in the middle, or is it off to a side?
It's
No,
off to sort of a
kind
bottom
down the corner.
Okay.
corner.
So
It would be
Yeah.
pretty hard to like hide it without being really blatantly obvious.
I'll
Yeah,
just
okay.
fold it. I'll just sort of fold the corner over just a little bit, maybe. And then if I'm carrying, or I've handed the map to you now, so I've folded it over. Maybe when you put it on the table, just put your hand on top of.
I think this might be easy to see through. But if we tell him we are looking for a gem mine, it's a large place, no connection with actual treasure, just a mine. I'm sure there are hundreds of mines in the area.
Maybe
that's-
just say mine.
This is a good idea.
Be slightly vague about it.
Perhaps you should come and help in case I need distraction.
Okay.
Sometimes I say things the wrong way.
Miera will look longingly at the drake because she really wanted to poke it. Just wanted to touch it. And we'll head towards the counter or wherever the Aprosaur is standing.
Yep. So he's sort of like he watches you sort of walk away and like having this conversation, and he's just sort of watching you intently. And as you come over, he's like, oh, "Yes, miss. How can I help you?"
This is my friend who has come into possession of map. This is the area we are interested in finding.
All right. Well, show me the map.
Delgrim will lay the map down on the cart here.
And have you got the corner?
Was it?
It's just a little table that he sort of got set up in front of him.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
table. Then Delgrim's not going to obscure the X. I think it would be more sus, and it's probably a bad idea in general.
I've already folded that corner over. So
Okay.
Okay, great. In
So
which
you
case,
know.
yeah, okay. Delgrim will just casually kind of put the map as is then on the table. We know it's in Scimitar Mountain, but we not know area, so we're looking for a map.
Yes. White corner folded. White corner folded. Why are you being just? This is stupid.
Oh, it just got.
Unfold corner.
It was just that way in my bag.
Well, I will unfold it then myself. And
Thank
he
you very
unfolds it.
much.
That's right. Okay. This is easy to look at. He looks at you, Delgrim, and goes, "Well, you travel with these people who fold corners, and makes no sense." Anyway, look at map. Look at map. Us children these days. Right, very obvious where this is. It's to approximately all about it's been a while since I've been that way. Couple of weeks maybe to the east, southeast. It looks like memory serves me correctly, and memory is a bit rough these days to be there. As Balabin's Gorge. Balabin's Gorge.
It's hard sometimes to speak common in our
It
tongue,
is.
it
It's
not?
the accent is quite strong. My
Some
accent
words
is
are
slightly
quite
different.
difficult.
Sorry, friend, where are you from?
Narvalosh originally. May they rest in the deep.
Oh, Lord, that's if memory serves me, it's often the Gloomrot. Is that correct?
That is right.
Ah,
Delgrim Harrowfell of the Gloomlord.
I'm from Barnerlong, off in the Arathan Mountains. It's a long way off to the north. Not sure if you've been to that part of the world.
I've not been very far in the world at all. I have only been outside of Shadowways for some months.
Oh, it's new to the surface. It's very bright. I still haven't got used to it after all of these years.
I highly recommend a hat.
That's
Such as
what I was waiting.
It was gifted to me by it keep bright sun off me, and also good. I don't know how you dealt with open sky when you first
Well,
came to surface.
I mean, when I first came, I often would just try and not go out during the day because that was just stupid. And I must say, the hat makes you look very dumb. But I'm sure it serves a good purpose.
It does. I have caught fish with this hat. It's multi-purpose hat.
Well, that's good. Did you use the hat to like scoop the fish? You said you
That's
used
exactly what I did.
Oh my
Yes.
God, it's very impressive.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
thought it was very clever.
It was very clever.
So you know this place in Scimitar Mountain,
Well, I'm
Um,
pretty confident I know where it is.
Baladin's Gorge.
Balabin's Gorge.
Balabin's Gorge.
Balabin's Gorge.
You have map that can guide us to this
No, of
gorge.
course I don't have map to guide you there. I don't have map of everywhere, but I might be able to assist.
In what way?
I can draw you map.
How long it take for this drawing of map?
This drawing of map will take maybe a day or two. The hands, and he holds his hands up, and you can see there is certainly some arthritis going on there. They're a bit sort of twisted and gnarled. Like, hands not as dexterous as used to be. So bit, and also just you need special type of ink to make good map. It's not always easy to come by. Map
Okay.
business
If-
not great here in Harrow.
If there any way we can help with hands or with ink or with helping, you let me know.
What do you
How
mean
much-
help with hands? That's just makes no sense.
My new friend is healer. Perhaps he knows some kind of remedy to ease your trouble with hands.
And unless he knows how to reverse aging, then I think it is part of who I am.
Yeah.
I used to
Surely
it
you
now.
could not be older than 200 years.
Well, I'm very close. Very close.
Spring chicken. Very good. This is good discussion. This is good trade. What is price of trade for map?
Well, maps. I buy ink. I don't have a lot of ink right now, so it'll be about 10 gold pieces. Drawing of map, remembering everything about the area. You are what skill? Before you left home? What was your role within society? If you know what I mean. Obviously,
I trained for the hunt, but sadly, none of Valorge fell after my year in the dark.
Meerfolge, is that correct?
That is right.
He offers out a hand, one of his clawed hands. He goes, it's good to meet another one, brother.
And Delgrim will do the Narvalorge version of some kind of secret Meerfolge handshake.
Yep, outstanding. Look, because we are brothers. Say 15 gold pieces. It is bargain.
This does not seem very brotherly price, brother.
These things take time. It's my skill. It's my travels around the world. You are paying for my experience. When you get to my age, you get to charge this sort of thing too.
This is fair. One moment, I speak with my traveling friends.
Very well. And tell the little halfling there to stay away from Wirt. Wirt will bite her finger if she gets too close.
Miera had actually started drifting back towards.
Yeah. And he like had obviously picked up on you getting closer and closer. And like when he mentions that the name Wirt, that the head of this drake sort of just raises just a little bit, and there's sort of and it goes back down again.
She's very fascinated by creature. Tell me, what is creature?
He's Wirt. He's my drake. He's my friend. Good hunter.
You think?
Can I pat him?
Hunting friend is good.
Can you pat? He's not pets. He's friends. Can I pet her? And he points to Rowan.
What did he eat some
I'm
cookies?
sorry, I was waiting
I
for
have
Delgrim
crumbs
to
in
go.
my bag.
She will bite too.
I'm gonna pull a little bit of like a crumb of a sparkle cookie and kind of hold it out.
Oh no,
for-
he's very special diet. If you give him wrong food, he old like me, and give him wrong food, and cards take hours to clean up. No, just no.
Is the cart just full of maps or something?
No, the cart is empty apart from word.
Okay.
Delgrim will kind of gesture for Miera to come over and then move towards the rest of the group.
Miera will sigh and put the crumb back in her bag and
Oh, children these days. No respect for elders.
And,
Sorry,
and to
Ellen
sit-
in chat.
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, I saw. Yeah, yeah. Look,
But-
most of us are getting there. It's
Oh, man.
it's a bit too close to home. And so with the group kind of huddled together, I've been pretty free and loose with money I came to Greenfield with. I only have 1 gold left, 1 gold piece left. It's going to cost 15 gold for a map. How much do we have collectively at this point?
Yeah, and looks down and goes, I don't have any. I lost it.
Tiernan, it's okay. We understand.
I have a little bit of money from selling those rings, which I was planning on giving back to Harrowden, but we could use it to get the map because we're doing it to help him.
Why would you give it back to Paradin?
Miera, I promise you, if Paradin is not dead by the time we resolve this and make Greenfield safe, I'll kill him myself. You don't need to give money to Paradin. He's a coward, fool. He put his town in danger. He not deserve your kindness or your help.
I felt bad. We kind of sprung the whole you going to jail thing on him when we first arrived, but
But he is a criminal.
true.
He's an actual drug dealer.
True.
I
Okay.
don't think Paradin's going to be in a bad position if you use that money for him, if that makes sense.
But I can cover it.
Are you sure? You don't need to use for non-Paradin related things?
No, I've got enough.
Okay, great. If you want to hold on to it, I'm more than happy to fight in Fighting Pit tomorrow before we come back and pay. That's fine.
No, it's all good. I'm happy to cover it. My way of apology for upsetting
It's
you
okay.
before.
I fight in Fighting Pit tomorrow and pay you back. This way we even.
Don't worry about the fighting pit. It's we don't have to push.
I'm not worried about Fighting Pit.
I am
What?
worried about the fighting pit.
It's up to you. I will if you want to do that. I will be happy to cheer you on. If that's what you really want to do.
This would be great. And does anyone else want to contribute, or everyone happy for Miera to foot bill?
I mean, Mira, are you paying out of pocket or are you paying using the money from Paradin or Paradin stuff?
It's a bit of both.
I'm good to let you pay. Don't worry about it. There's a reason I rolled that. It's fine. That's a conscience roll. That's a trying to work out where my conscience was sitting.
All right, Delgrim will
For
collect up the coins that Miera's offered then and head back to.
Do we need more money? Are we running low on funds?
Depends. Did my money get left behind in thing, or did I get to keep that, Ham?
We'll say for some weird reason you've still got it.
Yeah, it was attached. I don't take it off. It hangs in a satchel around my neck.
Yeah.
Cool.
You've been traveling. It's yeah.
Yeah, just sleep holding on to my purse. That's how that goes. Cool.
I know I certainly sleep with my money at night.
Somehow. Okay, so you hit
Roll
back.
for morality is not fair, and that was not a moral compass reference. That was me checking my own conscience. That's a difference.
So you head back to Abrasor with the money. It's like, so you made decision now.
Yes, we will acquire a map from you.
Excellent.
Brother, and we look forward to viewing your lauded skills.
My skills are exceptional. Pay 7 gold now, and then 8 gold when I give you the product. It's only fair.
This seems fair. Again, this
I
is
am
good
fair.
trade.
It is good trade.
The things the people say of your nature is absolutely true.
I don't really care what people say of my nature, but I suppose this is good to hear. Brother, you're not getting too entwined with what people think of you. It is not really relevant.
Perhaps you have lost touch with the reality of how people feel. You're the time above.
People feel, people not feel. I not care for the most point. I'm here to do job.
It sounds like you separate from yourself somewhat. Do you ever visit your home?
As my home is a very, very long way away. I haven't been home for, probably close to 100 years now.
This is a long time from home.
It is a long time from home, but I am an explorer. I enjoy seeing the world.
Is not duty of explorer and Meerfolish to bring result of exploration home for benefit of clan and family.
Yes, one may see it that way, but so long story there, my lad, my brother. Maybe if we talk more, Jesus.
Wow. What accent are we going for there? Harrow?
Girlfriend.
Do you need a phone name over there?
Yeah, it's gonna fall off the rails eventually. Maybe we talk more and share stories. It's not often I see another of our kind around. Very rare.
You are first I have come across since I came above.
Well, maybe you and I share a drink one day.
Yeah. Is there a place here where you prefer to relax when you're not working?
I mean, sometimes I will go to the railway. It is fine. Dulcimer's tale is too loud for my ears. It's lots of cheering and clapping and laughing, and it's all too much. If I want a little bit of extra fun, maybe I go to Glove and Horse and Rat's Nest. It's always a bit of a thrill.
Rat's Nest feels like good thrill.
It's
we are staying in Vale away. We have had a long hard day and long hard time, but if you in that direction over the next few days, perhaps we talk.
Perhaps
we share drinks.
It sounds like it could be a good idea. But anyway, I need to work on this map. I made promise. I give you a product in return here in, let's say 2 days. Just depending on the weather, it could impact on the hands slightly. I don't want to overpromise.
2 days, we return.
Very well. Thank you and goodbye.
Well met. And Delgrim shall depart from the conversation. Back to the group.
Say,
We will have map in 2 days.
What do we do in the meantime?
well, we can go back to the bar. There's apparently a really good performer on later, and then. I mean, I know some of you want to check out the fighting pit tomorrow, but yes.
That is something to check tomorrow. And we wait for a message when we arrange for. We wait for a message at Railway from Alton. You know how I am with name. I never remember the name.
So you guys are heading back to the Dulcimer's Tail?
I guess.
Okay. All right. So you make your way back easily enough. And it's probably just on dark by the time you get there. Go in through the front door, and if anything, it's a little bit rowdier. There's not a huge, like the crowd's about the same. But at this stage, it hasn't changed that much. Sorry, getting distracted. I'm trying to find some notes. And you can see over in the corner, Braxton's still got the table. You actually see some people come over towards it, and he's just like, no, I'm saving it. Got friends. You can sort of see friends coming. I've got it. Sorry.
If he's doing that, then Rowan's going to go straight over to help support the retaining of the table.
Yeah.
Because as someone from a small town, she's like, I know that people at some point are just going to invade that table, and she's not having that because it's like, that's our table and our friend, my friend, mine.
You easy enough. And he sees you coming. He's just like, oh, Rowan, you're back pretty quick. Excellent, great, quick. Come in, pull up a seat, pull up a chair. Gestures to all of you to come over and join. Did you got what you were looking for down at the markets?
Yes, we got the order. The order for what we needed, we did. So that's good.
Cool, excellent. Well, look, Lady Ophelia hasn't played yet, but the place has kind of got that vibe to it that I reckon she'll might be on quite soon. So look, pull up a seat. I don't know if you want to get food or get a drink or anything like that.
She looks around at the group in the way only a mother can. Not that she is one, but you know that look around and be like,
food sounds like a good idea. I haven't eaten today. I should have food.
She did that playthrough of food's good before booze. Oh, I haven't eaten. Oh, and I've had a drink. Oh, that's a bad choice. Clunk. Oh, I'm tiny. Clunk, 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 clunk.
Braxton says, look, the Lud does a really good rabbit stew. And if you're into more sweet stuff, he does this really amazing lemon cake. It's amazing.
Does anyone want stew or cake?
If someone's buying, I'll happily take some stew.
I had half a cookie before.
That's not dinner, Miera. That's not dinner. That's a snack. You want stew or cake or neither or both?
With an accent like this, I don't think Rowan is getting away with not ordering rabbit stew, just for clarity. But
Delgrim will hand over his last kind of gold coin. Whatever this can help to get for Tiernan, especially.
It's okay. You got the round before. I'll get the food now. It's fine. Then we're square. Don't worry about it.
Stew would be good.
Stew?
Braxton says, look, and he slides over 2 gold pieces, and he says, look, on me, when you talk to Lud, order us a round of fire wine. It feels like it's that kind of night.
Okay, so
Stew for everyone. She's like looking at Grumpfel because he's the only one who hasn't like responded.
Grumpfel is slowing down from the but not festivities, from the fun of the day, but he'll give a nod.
okay, so a round of stew and a round of fire wine. Okay,
Fire wine, yep.
I can do that. And she's going to take one of the 2 gold pieces off of the table, but not the other one, and go up to the bar.
Okay. So you go up to the bar, and once again, Lud's there. Gets you all organised with all the food. It would be, it's like a silver piece per meal, and the gold, so that would be
pieces.
6 silver pieces.
And how much for each of the drinks? So,
the drinks were 4 silver each for the fire wine.
For it is 24, so that's
2 gold, 4
pieces.
silver. Yeah.
3 gold pieces altogether once you include the drinks.
And
once you include the food.
Yeah. And the drinks, it appears to be, it's a very, it's a darker liqueur. Looks very much like a whiskey almost. Puts those 4 out. Once again, Dimler's over to help carry stuff over. She's like, I'll bring the stews over when they're ready.
Okay.
And eventually
take 2 of the drinks, and then I assume Dimler will help her with the others because she doesn't have enough hands to carry everything.
And eventually, like, all the drinks come over, and like a minute or 2 later, Dimler returns with a bunch of like bowls with the stew as well.
When Rowan sits down, she's going to hand the second one she's holding to Tiernan. That's who she's giving the second one. Like, she's still got 2 hands, but that's the second one's going to.
Yep, awesome.
What's this? He eyes off the drain.
Oh, Braxton bought us all fire wine. I thought you'd want one. No?
Oh, thank you. And Tiernan nods his head towards Braxton.
And your rabbit stew will be on the way, right?
And she's going to turn to.
Yep. And Dimler's like, she's halfway back, and she goes, yep, no, it'll be just a couple of minutes. Just got to serve it up. It'll be good.
Thank you.
She vanishes off, and you all sit there with these small, sort of almost sort of shot glass of this amber liquid.
Grumpfel will pick it up and look at it, and look at everyone at the table, and just say, quite sort of not quietly, but certainly not shout it. He'll look at it, look everyone, and try and catch their eye, and say, "When the days are dark, may we be part of the light." And he'll take a sip.
Braxton sort of picks his glass up and joins. It's like,
Tiernan looks a bit confused, but he goes, "Okay, yeah."
Delgrim's like, takes the drink.
it is an exceptionally nice whiskey, very strong. For any of you who are not used to drinking that kind of beverage, it would certainly burn on its way down. It is very nice.
Miera would have taken a sip and coughed and then pushed the rest into the middle of the table. She's not going to drink the rest of it.
Drink the rest of it, but absolutely is coughing and fluttering her way through it.
As you sort of take this pause, as you're all sort of drinking this, up on the stage, you hear, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, you're quiet, please." And you all sort of turn around, and up on the stage, you can see the satyr standing there, sort of waving his hands for your attention. What you notice now up there is that there is a large, full-sized harp, sort of on one side, and a small stool beside it. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lady Ophelia Della Caperna." And the crowd just goes bananas and starts clapping. And you watch as from a table up towards the front, an individual stands up. The first thing that strikes you is just how tall she is. She's easily 7 feet. She has this long, thick, grey hair which falls down sort of well past her waist. It's just like completely straight. She's wearing this incredibly elegant black dress with embroidery and lace, one of those really high collars with the lace frill around it. And as she gracefully makes her way up to the stage, you can see even from the back that she's probably older, like she's probably in her 50s at least, but she carries herself with this air of nobility and confidence. And as she sort of settles down at the harp, the audience just goes like silent. She begins to pluck at the strings, and these very delicate notes float over the crowd. And Braxton sort of leans in towards you and goes, "Oh my God, she's going to start with Solara's Lament." And as she sings, it is a song about a handsome fae who falls in love with a great celestial being. The very radiant energy that flows from this being, which in the song is called Solara, is so powerful that even being in its presence burns the fae to its very core. But each day they meet at dawn, and for a few moments they embrace before the pain is too much and the fae must flee. Although they love each other, they're doomed never to be properly together. And as the song sort of reaches its crescendo, the fae, unable to spend the time that they want to, dies of a broken heart. And as you look around the audience, you can see various members of the crowd, like wiping away the occasional tear. Braxton's just sitting there, and there's just tears streaming down. For any of you who are particularly inclined towards an incredibly soppy, romantic, very heartfelt song, this would absolutely get you to the very core. Lady Ophelia's voice is it's heaven sent. It is remarkable. And as the last notes float forward from the harp, that there's sort of a very sort of slow clap, and there's almost in that silence between the song ending and those first sort of claps starting, you can hear lots of people clearing their throats and trying to sort of recover from this. And then the claps just start building and building until people are just cheering and shouting. And Lady Ophelia just sits there, like almost as if she can't hear the reaction, and just lets the clapping and and the noise wash over her. As that finishes, she moves into another song, and this one it's not nearly as heartfelt and heart-tugging. It's a more kind of general song, slightly more upbeat, and you notice that the audience now it starts to go back to their small incidental conversations. Yeah, and I always love food. God damn it. Yeah, and you can see like Braxton's just sitting there, like he's completely ignoring you guys now. He is 100% enthralled by this woman.
Just got this image of Grumpfel and Delgrim and Braxton all like sitting there ugly crying.
Delgrim cries beautifully. Thank you very much.
Wow.
So I've got this image of Braxton and Grumpfel. No.
Tiernan would be having a few tears down his face.
No, Grumpfel would be appreciative of good news.
Rowan's not
Yeah,
crying,
absolutely.
but is fully in her feels.
Miera's like, I've heard better.
I'm listening, but I'm just kind of looking through my bag.
Miera's like the Simon Cowell of the group.
I'm not making
Yes,
eye
have you got something
contact with
else?
anyone.
What was the last thing you said?
I'm not making eye contact with anyone. I'm just kind of looking through my bag.
Where's
So you
my
can't tell if
stew?
I'm crying or not.
So, is there anything in particular you guys are sort of wanting to do this evening as we sort of wind down a bit? Just general sort of talking and chat,
I mean,
or
Rowan doesn't know where they're staying tonight. So, there's that.
Well, we're staying at the Railway, Rowan. We've got some rooms, I believe. There was an extra space for yourself. I'm a little bit concerned about our funds at the moment and what we're going to do. I know I may.
Yes.
I know I may
Yes.
have seen a bit eager earlier today about the certain fighting pits, but I didn't realize until we had gotten there that it wasn't just all like people were actually dying in there. But if we need to raise some funds, and considering I lost so much, do we consider it a possibility?
It
See
is
Rowan's
definitely a
face for
possibility.
that idea, but like, she's not going to say no. But her face definitely shifts as though she doesn't like that idea.
I don't want to have to do it. I just feel as though I don't feel as though we have much cash at the moment. That map costs a bit.
I hope it is a very high quality map for cost.
We still need to get supplies for the trip.
We do. I am willing to fight in Fight Pit. If you do not want to join me, that's fine. There is opportunity for only one of us to do so. If I am happy to do that. Alternatively, we track down child who stole money and fight child. I am also happy to fight child.
I will stand by
if
you.
needed.
I will stand by your side if you go to the fighting.
Then I am sure we will be victorious against this place of beast. I am looking forward to testing myself against this creature.
so as you're talking, Miera, you kind of glance up towards the stage, and you can see Lady Ophelia is playing another song, and there's more of these colors swirling around her now as they're sort of putting on more of this sort of light display. And you've seen these sorts of colors before. And as you kind of glance around the stage, you see Lady Ophelia's on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, you see a small halfling with a thick mop, curly blonde hair, and wearing a very pretty little green dress. Even from this distance, you know that this halfling has got two very different colored eyes. As you realize that up on the stage, with the rest of the performers of the Mystic Delirium, is your friend, Bex. And that is where we are going to stop for the evening.
Nice.
We weren't
That's
even
a
looking for
I just had a gut feel we had to go back to that pub. Like, I was like, nope, we're going back. I don't know why, but we're going back.
We'd reserve the table. It's the least we can do.
As long as the Varway doesn't get upset that we're drinking in another pub and then going back to theirs to the room.
Hey, they recommended it.
Just a Tory in chat. Yeah, we can busk, provided the chat gets us to 250 subs. Yeah, do that. Absolutely.
Someone put in there. We could. Is there a food delivery service they can cut? Yeah. All of a sudden we're all Ubers.
And there's no limit being put on John singing on the channel. Like there's no sub goal there.
I tell you right now, and I warn you,
Saz
for those-
is violently opposed to this idea.
Yeah,
Don't
for those of
want
you at
that.
home,
Oh my God.
Staz is losing her shit.
yeah, you don't want that.
Holy crap.
It will cause us to
Holy crap.
lose
Cheers.
all the audience.
Ham, she is giving the thumbs up though.
No, no. This is one time I'm on board with Staz. I fully 100% support her franticness. Someone cut the stream now. Cut it. Cut.
Ash, we're over 100 subs, but not close to 250 at this point.
We need to, for those of you who are in the audience, you need to bring in more followers so that they can be absorbed into this collective, and we can give them the subs, and we can reach.
I will say, if 5 more people sub like now, or gift 5 subs, we hit 100 subs over the course of this stream. But that's beside.
That's fucking insane.
I know.
Like, that is
It's crazy.
That is 95 subs this stream. Is
who I don't know.
bonkers.
It is
Absolutely. absurd.
NVC, Night Geo, and
Tori, yeah.
Tory, and I think that just lots of people have
Huge
just
money.
gone.
Like-
just absolute legends and like properly insane people.
Yeah.
It's like it's nuts, absolutely nuts.
Absolutely.
And
Legends.
as Saz has called out, the community, I mean, you guys are, I mean, for a bunch of numpties playing D&D on a stream, the fact that you come and hang out with us and do this, and for so many of you actually show up every fortnight, it's kind of mind-bending.
It's amazing.
It is.
Insane.
It
Oh,
is.
God.
Insane.
Duet.
A duet between Ham and John.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's a Negatory Ghost Rider. The pattern.
All I'm saying is, like, if we got to like 500 subs by packs, maybe we could convince them to do something stupid at karaoke. But that's probably about as much as we're gonna get.
Stop! If you put enough drinks in me, I'll do a karaoke anyway.
I've never
To be
done
fair, you and I have said that if it hits
I've never
300
actually done it.
subs, that we do
No.
on this. So that's
I've
good
never
for
done
them.
karaoke in my life. And
Every
it-
time I've gone
that
to
has-
somewhere to karaoke, I go, I'll have a go. And Sarah's like, no. No.
I would have to be monumentally drunk to
Or
to
in a
do
very
karaoke.
safe environment.
And I mean, yeah, maybe in a very safe environment. Look, or a combination of both.
We can do both. Both
Yeah,
is
well.
good.
But for now, let's do our traditional quick whip around of favorite things from ye olde season.
Ah, thank you, Anonymous.
Who is
There we
anonymous?
go.
Anonymous
There we
gift.
go.
Anonymous.
You star. Absolute star.
So Kate, you were introduced last. Let's do you first in regards to favorite bits from the stream.
I really enjoyed like deep in feels with Tiernan, but also then like just turning around and being like, so band? Tell me about the band.
Yeah.
But more I think because it felt very much like the kind of thing that happens in a pub.
Yeah.
That like there's a deep and meaningful happening, and then suddenly you're switching conversations and you're eating with someone else, and it's a completely different energy, and that's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. Really enjoyed that.
Awesome. John.
5, 2, 3, 2. That was my favorite part. Just
Yeah.
no attempt to roll, just immediately starts the two numbers back and forth. And I don't think he's ever going to see that extra silver piece.
Who knows? Who knows what Prickle's done with it? Maybe she's like really honest and upfront. Maybe she's not. Who knows? I mean, never know.
But it was nice to see, because going into this, what the audience don't realize is we were all sitting back on, oh, we're so screwed. all of us are scattered in the rat's nest.
Well, I never
we're
thought
gonna
that we would get back, like the Promethean and I would get back to you as fast as we did. So
No,
like
same.
we
did
thought
not
we
even
would
think
be
that was
like
happening.
separated for a while. We were
Yeah.
in fact saying as much this morning when Promethean was guesting for D and Doctorates. So like, yeah.
I was expecting either one of two things for Tiernan. Would be that he'd just suddenly wake up with manacles, possibly slaves den or something, or two having to go full Rambo in the middle of the rat's nest. So Hamish
Just
throws
adds a
little
whole,
kid at
whole
me.
other layer of emotion.
Ugh.
Yeah, look, I mean, definitely there were a variety of factors that could have made things play out in a very, very different fashion. But I mean, again, like a lot of it was very clever use of approaching people, and despite some terrible rolls here and there, people were clever about how they were trying to do stuff. So,
Who else? Who's else? Someone else's favorite part.
Yeah, Grumpfel, Mr. Heath.
I actually got to say my favorite part is watching chat just go crazy with subbing. That was wild to watch. The look of sort of love and horror on our faces, and knowing that each and every one of the people in chat responsible and watching would have had a similar look of like mischief and glee on their faces while it was happening. That was a lot of fun. My other favorite part is Hamish's Durgar that was sort of meandering between Sean Connery's sub commander from Hunt for Red October and Harrison Ford's Scottish Lord from Indiana
Look,
Jones and the Last Crusade.
I just want to point out that he's a man of the world, so he spent a lot of time.
I'm not saying it was. I didn't like it. I enjoyed it very
Absolutely
much.
fair. Yeah.
But no, I went into this going, all right, I know this dude. It's time to try and do something terrible.
And look, I'm not saying that I'm a little stirred, but I'm saying I really enjoyed it. It's like I knew a girl once who had her accent was German and American, and she was from Germany and got taught English by an American. So she had this. It was weird, and I listened, and I was like, "You're from Germany, and you got taught English by an American." And she looked at me like I'd worked out the pin for her credit card, and I'm like, I can hear it. There was enough English, like twangy American accent, and enough clipped English to it with the German accent that I knew. So hearing like a melding of two dissimilar accents, I really do enjoy.
Awesome. Sorry, distracted by something. Yeah, no, look, it's always interesting. It's always interesting. Promethean, sir.
I love that Delgrim's like clan name of Harrowfell may be some kind of prophecy about his involvement in the Great Cookie War of Harrow, inevitably tearing the entire city apart. The Cookie War was brilliant.
It's gonna happen, and now we're
More
all
addictive than
screwed 'cause
crack.
we've all been part of it.
Now
We're
it's
all
done.
there.
Miera falling in love with the Drake immediately was like I knew in my soul that was going to happen, and then the words came out of Cass's mouth, and it just made me super happy that did. And yeah, that was beautiful and well done. And also, as Heath threw out your amazing Dwergar accent, Ham was just beautiful.
Chef
Enjoyed
kiss.
that a lot.
Certainly a thing. Cass, lucky last.
Well, I think it's great that I've been able to recruit Rowan successfully to the pyramid scheme that is Sparkle Cookies.
I mean, I'm not buying them off you. You've just
Great.
given me a bunch, so I've just ended up
You're
with
just
them.
the redistributor.
Just a
It's
redistributor.
fine.
That's how it starts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
First
growing
you're
an
free,
empire.
and then it's all.
And I really enjoyed Bertie and his reaction to the Sparkle Cookies. I thought that was hilarious. And what else? And yeah, I was actually genuinely enthralled by that Drake, and I really wanted to pick him up.
Gosh, it's like I might have taken that into consideration or something. Look, I mean, like a lot of that stuff, like a lot of the stuff in the Rat's Nest could have gone horribly, terribly pear-shaped. if you had have taken different approaches to stuff, if you had have Grumpfel, if you had have flubbed some rolls, again, credit to you guys to, approaching things in an interesting way and making some good calls. And yeah, it was interesting.
Hey, now we've got a street gang we might be able to call on for help, not for nefarious reasons, but we may have a street gang that we
for
can call on
nefarious
for
reasons.
No, that's not what I was trying to do.
I'm just waiting for a future event where someone's chasing us down and they all hold up their crossbows and one goes,
Hold
Jerry.
on, that's the cookie girl.
Hey maggot, how's it going? How's that leg?
I'm still really enjoying the character moments amongst the group. Again, seeing those connections, seeing the becoming more of just a collection of people and actually like a little group, and bits of backstory coming up, and all of those little character moments which make things, adds weight to the story as it moves forward. Again, some of the creative ways you guys approach stuff, I was fully expecting like Miera to just go full, I'm going to cast Charm Person or Friends on everybody and see if I can talk my way out of this.
I mean, look, Friends exists in my spell list. It just hasn't been used ever for reasons of how long, what happens afterwards.
It is. Yeah. Look, it's a good sort of quick, do it and
Get out of jail
way.
free, but
Yeah, if they're gonna die, great. If they're not, oh god, there's consequences.
oh yeah.
Yep.
And I would like to point out, Tiernan had the opportunity to shoot that kid, but he didn't.
I was fully expecting
I'm really
you to.
sorry, but
I don't think that's
but like
the
the guidelines to being a good person is not I didn't shoot the kid.
Yeah. That's not the win you
not-
think it is.
That's not the win. That's like the bare freaking minimum.
Yeah.
But that's the point. Everyone keeps telling me that Tiernan's this bad guy. It's like,
It's okay. I didn't
Rowan's
shoot the
like-
child. It's fine.
Like, it's just because you were with the group when the group did horrible things, and I'm being accused of by chat that I'm a bad person. Like I was in a ring in a pocket. I had no choice in the fact that they beat up an old lady. Like
This is true. But the Tiernan
out of
feels
this
like
chat.
that's important, I think, is why Delgrim
God.
is having these little friendship moments with Tiernan.
Yeah.
There's
It's
There's
all
something
Rowan's idea.
So do we have someone to raid out to?
Who are we
Awesome.
rating out to? Saz? Same as discussed? Banner Badgers? Or, yeah. So you're going to read out to Banner Badgers. They're painting minis. They're doing some fun stuff from what I can see. They are grand. They also have a follower goal at the moment to get to like 1,100, and they're only like 20 away. So if everyone who ducks over there chucks them a follow, then we might be able to smash their follower goal. I think
This is like-
so. Yeah, he's still alive.
Okay. All right. So
Still alive
let's
for a little
go.
bit.
thank you very
Get
much,
it done.
everyone, for coming and hanging out with us and checking. You're
And being
wonderful. The
awesome.
subs
See you in 2
fucking
weeks.
is insane.
100
see-
subs. See you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we'll see what other kind of shenanigans we're going to get up to.
So much better. So much better.